what was his name? Ruminate. But he has like a really big YouTube channel now. I didn't know that. I wanted to check out one of his videos real quick. So I guess we'll start with that. Pause. Hello. Thank you. Let's see.
Illustrate a stark contrast.
Jesus, that's
comedian
loud.
and political commentator Bill Maher made a blistering critique of the current state of American democracy and the depravity of the Republican Party. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert buttons before you go. I'd greatly appreciate it. All right, friends, we have several clips to look at in this video, and all of them are from the most recent episode of Real Time with Bill Maher, a show that, quite frankly, I hardly watch these days because Bill Maher himself is a bit too enlightened centrist and preoccupied with culture war nonsense.
Also, isn't Bill Maher a hello, don't worry, I will leave now. Could you please check your Discord DMs for an apology and respond back? Bro, you can't be serious. Jesus, I will read it later, dude. I'm sick. I'm not yelling at anyone today.
But every now and then, he knocks it out of the park. As a matter of fact, he has in the past 2 episodes of Real Time with Bill Maher. And in this segment of New Rule, he makes...
Oh, yeah. Isn't Bill Maher like an anti-vaxxer now? Like, isn't he like a hardcore anti-vaxxer? Because I feel like even before the pandemic, it wasn't like anti-vax for the sake of, you know, the Moderna or the Pfizer or whatever, like any of that shit. It was literally just he just thinks that they cause autism or some shit, right?
Makes a very incisive critique of American democracy and compares and contrasts the United States with Brazil.
So here's what happened. In 2020, American incumbent President Donald Trump, a thrice-married far-right populist, lost his re-election bid and then embarked on a campaign of outright lies to convince his supporters the election had been rigged, which resulted in the siege of the American Capitol on January 6th. Fast forward almost 2 years to the day, January 8th, 2023, and Jair Bolsonaro, Brazil's thrice-married far-right populist incumbent president, known as the Trump of the tropics,
No way.
repeats the Trump playbook exactly after he loses his re-election bid and thousands of his supporters storm the Brazilian capital. Both insurrections failed, but here's where we see the difference between a healthy democracy and one that's hanging by a thread.
So real quick, I thought that was a great contrast. And on...
Holy shit, is that the Todd Gorilla? Why do you... I don't feel like I've ever seen you spell the name or like your name with gorilla the same twice. Like your branding is so all over. It's my gamer name. Why don't you spell it the same every time? Sondsol was my gamer name for a long time. Why is it like gorilla with a U this time instead of an O? There's only one L in Todzilla. It is the same. You're a tard. I'm gonna double check that because the last time I saw you in a Discord was in Wix. Todzilla. Let's try gorilla. No. No, you must have gotten banned. Never mind. What did you say? Guess who was right about illegals? This guy, that is all. I don't think you were right about illegals. That account is gone? Bro, you get like terminated off of every platform you try to go on. What the fuck is up with that, dude? I would invite you on, but I don't think I get my throat's so up. I don't think I can carry on a full conversation or anything. Sorry, bud. I'd love to talk about immigration for a fourth time with you.
January 8th, or in the aftermath of January 8th, 2023, when this channel was in its infancy, I made several videos about that because the immediate
How's it going,
actions
dude?
that Brazil took, as well as the predicate itself, I mean, it made for a nice compare and contrast. So just as a reminder, this is from Reuters. The assault on Brasilia, that's the capital of Brazil's, main government buildings was the Brazilian equivalent of the January 6th insurrection. About two.
What is the capital of Brazil? Brasilia? It's not Rio? I've never even heard of Brasilia. Where the f is it? I've heard of Sao Paulo. I've heard of Rio. How many people live there? Population. 3.5 million? And I've never heard of it? What the f is going on here? How many people live in Rio? Okay, a lot more people live in Rio. Okay, gotcha.
2,000 people were arrested over the Brazilian attack, though most were later released. Others have been convicted by the Supreme Court on charges of an attempted coup, among other crimes, following outgoing police investigations into those who took part in the riots and who fostered or funded the attack. Jair Bolsonaro is under investigation by the Supreme Court for allegedly masterminding the riots, something he denies. Brazil's electoral authority has also banned Bolsonaro from running for elected office for 8 years over his abuse of power and misuse of the media ahead of the 2022 election, when he summoned ambassadors to vent unfounded claims about Brazil's electronic voting system. Okay, so again, very similar to Trump in terms of what he did and attempted to do and wanted to do, but a very different set of outcomes in the immediate aftermath. And we'll get into why in just a minute, but let's play the next clip from Bill Maher.
Today, only 6% of Brazilians say they support the mob that sacked their capital. But in America, Trump's more popular than ever and on track to regain power. In Brazil, not only has Bolsonaro been banned from running again anytime soon, but the country united around their new leader, who walked arm in arm with congressional leaders from the left and right in solidarity against the uprising. Arm in arm. In America, no arm in arm. Arms, yes. Plenty of that. And threats. Most Republicans were literally scared to death to do the right thing. They didn't want to be hung like Mike Pence or castrated like Lindsey Graham.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, in Brazil, their conservative party is where ours was during Watergate.
How's it going?
Republicans were willing to throw Nixon under.
Damn it, what is going on today? There's just a bunch of like old names coming into chat on the day that I'm sick. How's it going, Yas TV? Are you still alive? It's been a hot second. An Extreme Dad, we got Todd and Kick Chat. Everybody's coming through today. It's like a carnival ride of old names. There's fucking food shops. What the fuck is going on? Why is this happening to me?
Under the bus because they still had ideals higher than owning the libs.
Absolutely correct.
That's
right?
basis.
The Republican Party has always had its issues, and it had its issues during the Nixon era. But Bill Maher is correct. When President Nixon engaged in the Watergate shenanigans, he was told by Republicans in private that he must resign, because if he did not resign, not only would he be impeached, he would be convicted in the Senate, which requires a supermajority, which would have required Republican votes, right? Republicans at the time, for all their faults, were willing to put the country and statesmanship over partisanship. That is completely flipped today, and that is a unique problem for the Republican Party. Democrats don't have that problem. But as Bill Maher says, and he correctly diagnosed, the entire platform of the Republican Party right now, even among its elected officials, is just own the libs. And we can't
Yeah,
pretend.
it's so true.
Change?
Like, they we've been talking about the border, and we'll probably do some more of that today. But like, they've cried so hard about the border forever. They were about to get a bill with almost everything they want, unless you're like a crazy person that wants to literally just close down the entire border forever, right? Like, you were going to get so much concessions from the Democrats because the Democrats really wanted funding for Ukraine and really wanted funding for Israel, right? But they said, actually, you know what? We want Trump to be able to campaign on these things. So we're going to allow the border, which we've been saying is pouring fentanyl into the country and all of this shit. We're going to allow that to keep on going because, you know, we're going to own the libs. You hear Vix McMahon pooped on some lady? That's actually basis.
Well, part of it's structural. Their Constitution is only 35 years old. Ours is 235, and it looks it. We not only still use old-timey words like gerrymandering, we still practice it. The average Republican congressman is in a safe seat with an electorate he chose himself, and he's only scared of two things.
Except for the Senate Republicans right now that are pissed that the House Republicans are saying that the immigration bill is dead on arrival because they have nothing to campaign on because the Republicans haven't done anything since they took the House. They haven't done anything. They haven't done anything. They have nothing to campaign on except for the transes are really spooky, aren't they? The transes are really spooky, and ESG scores are up, and they have DEI and black pilots. Oh no, this is what we have to campaign on as Republicans. It'd be really nice if we could pass this immigration bill that we were about to the Democrats on. But instead, we're going to bend over, insert our fingers into our asshole, and open it up wide for Donald Trump to come and fuck us once again. Because we're too much of a coward cuck party to do goddamn anything. Holy shit. The Republican Party is so. They're so. Well, he was raping and sex trafficker at the same time, so some might not consider it basis, but yeah, pretty cool. Well, I would say that the pooping part was the base part, not the sex trafficking part. I think that in my mind, I can separate these things out. Okay. Also, I know you're not actually Yas TV. I'm the opposite crazy. I say we open them up, let anyone who wants in. Like again, like I said this the other day when I streamed. Like this is where I'm at, right? I thought about this months ago. Like, what things would I be willing to concede some part on? Like, what concessions would I be willing to make on big issues so that we can get more important things for me done, right? Immigration really is not that big of a deal for me. Like, it's not like some like massive single issue voting thing that I've got going on, right? I don't really think about immigration basically ever, right? Even though I live in a border state, the one that's like causing all this commotion, but you know, whatever. Wait, can I throw grenades out of this? Bro, this is gonna be easy as I didn't know I could throw grenades out of this thing. Oh, we're cooking with gas now. Oh shit, 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 oh shit. This didn't work out very well. Damn. Did Reservoir message you? No. Well, actually, he might have. Let me see. No. I could just tell. Because you said something about Vince McMahon. Okay? I know who you are. I know where you. I got your number. But I can't even remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, I was just saying that like there's things that I would concede on, and I thought about like specifically when it comes to
specifically when it comes to immigration. A couple of months I thought about this. Like, do I care if we'll somewhat restrict what's going on with like border crossings on the south? Do I really care? No. The part that was really up to me when it came to immigration under Donald Trump was the fact that he was doing the crazy like family separation shit. It was the fact that, you know, they were talking about keeping all immigrants out of the country. It was the racism. I don't like it when people are hateful little shits, right? But like there's a lot of things that I'd be willing to concede on, right? Like we should streamline the process. It would be better if we did, but like I'm not gonna like sit here and wring my hands over it because it's just not that important of an issue to me, right? I just didn't want people to be like super hateful like shitheads towards anyone that looks slightly darker than them, right? And I also didn't like the idea of us separating families because oh well, as long as you're cruel to brown people, it's, you know, it's not that bad. Vince McMahon more like shit in hand, true.
A primary opponent with more guns on his Christmas card. And getting a nickname from Trump. Trump has proven that in America you can absolutely attempt a coup. And at the very least, there's no immediate repercussions. The only way we are allowed to punish a president is through impeachment, where the jury is the Senate. Except California has 68 times the population of Wyoming, and yet we both get 2 senators. We both get 2 jurors. In Brazil, elections are overseen by a special electoral court with judges who serve 2 terms. We don't have that. We have a partisan Supreme Court whose terms expire when they do.
Brutal.
And who are mostly picked by presidents who lost the popular vote. And our elections are run by the states, so you got a hodgepodge of 50 different election systems with 50 different rule books. And we're the only nation on earth that chooses their election by way of an electoral college, which is somehow even worse than regular college.
Again, all these criticisms perfectly fair and incisively said, and we've complained about most of them on this channel in previous videos, but he's right. The United States is the oldest continuous republic in the world, right? So we have something to pat ourselves on the back for, right? We have the world's oldest constitution, and many other democratic republics on earth that have come since then have taken direct inspiration from our constitution. So I'm not saying that we got everything wrong, but they improved on our process. They didn't adopt things like the Electoral College because they realized, wow, indirect elections for the nation's highest office, that's really stupid. And those who did adopt the Electoral College just got rid of them after a certain amount of time, right? So we're the last nation on earth
Where am I
that
being
uses
attacked?
an Electoral
Holy
College
fuck.
to elect our head of state. To say nothing of the other counter-majoritarian, anti-majoritarian relics that litter our system. Again, you know, having a Supreme Court with lifetime appointments, the fact that most of the Supreme Court justices in the current iteration of the Supreme Court were appointed by presidents who didn't have a popular mandate, who became president because of the Electoral College, not because of the popular vote, as well as the fixed proportionality of the Senate, right? Again, where red rural states have enormously more power, pound for pound, than blue states. And even the House of Representatives, which is supposed to skew more towards more populated states, right? That was supposed to be the compromise. Because of Republican gerrymandering in places like Wisconsin and North Carolina, Republicans are able to compete pretty well even there, even though they are generally outnumbered. Right now, the House of Representatives is under the control of the Republican Party. So it's funny how the Republican Party complains about affirmative action, given that their politics is affirmative action. They benefit from electoral affirmative action and political affirmative action in our system. They are given cheat codes. They are given a leg up because they can't compete otherwise. And we have to change things about the American system. We have moved beyond these relics if they were ever relevant in the first place. But the problem is we have the world's oldest constitution, but we also have the world's most difficult constitution to amend. There have been like 12,000, literally, like 11,800 some attempts to amend the Constitution, but we have only had 20.
Is ours the oldest constitution? Is the Magna Carta not considered a constitution? One sec.
Um, hmm.
27 amendments. A fraction of a fraction of a fraction of those attempts have been successful because you need 2/3 of both chambers of Congress, and then you need 3/4 of the states to ratify amendments. That's how damn difficult this is to change. American politics is affirmative action for the Republican Party. One more clip from Bill Maher. It's a really incisive conclusion that I really like.
Sorry, but we ran the experiment and we lost. In Brazil, the politics of grievance has its limits. Here it doesn't. There are 172 election deniers currently sitting in Congress, but Republicans only threw out one guy, and ironically, he was from Brazil.
Reference to George Santos there. So listen,
he really
again, I think
Brazil?
that new rule monologue was great. I think Bill Maher made some incisive critiques of the American political system. I like the fact that he didn't indulge in any like both sidesism or false equivalences. The fact of the matter is that the problem in politics today on a macro level is unique to the Republican Party. Not that the Democratic Party is perfect. Bill Maher will always go out of his way to complain about the culture war aspects of the Democratic Party, and I know a lot of others do as well. But when it comes to subverting American democracy and the authoritarianism and the anti-majoritarianism and the tyranny of the minority, that's unique to the Republican Party. And that's part of the reason why Brazil, when they encountered something very similar to what we encountered with Donald Trump, they were able to take very different decisive decisions to punish and deter attempts to steal elections and to overthrow democracies. And that's another reason why we have to change the system to be able to do the same thing, to immunize ourselves, to defend ourselves from subversive authoritarian elements. And
All right. Let's see. What else do we have? We have a bunch of stuff in the content suggestions. Yeah, Bolsonaro. Well, last I heard, he was in Florida, but I don't know.
Democrats get 5 to 7 extra seats because they bring in criminal aliens. The way it works is California lets in 1 million people. They then do a census and say, look, 1 million people, we get a seat in Congress, we get an electoral college vote. The mistake many conservatives keep making, even Donald Trump says this, is that the illegal immigrants vote. No, they don't. Voting is not the process by which change is not the process by which laws are enacted. Laws are enacted by representatives who make votes in Congress and by representatives, electoral college members who are elected and then will vote for the president. Yeah. You do not need an illegal immigrant to cast a ballot for anyone. Their mere presence on the census will give a Democrat an extra vote. Out of the 538 they need for the presidency, you have, 4 or 5 extra votes because of these people? So they're, in essence, voting as to how our system operates.
Sure. But
Texas has to negotiate to the federal government with people who should not even be there, and they're representing non-citizens.
which points to the fundamental brokenness of the federal system. I mean, the scenario you just laid out, I think people don't think about in those terms. If it were about illegal aliens voting or being on a pathway to being able to vote, that's one discussion. But the fact that it creates this ideological imbalance in the federal system speaks to the power that the federal government has or has stolen in our lives. Their ability, and that's why you see all of this every 2 to 4 years, this ridiculous Punch and Judy show over who gets the reins of power in Washington, D.C., is because they...
I'm sorry, this what show? Let me turn on the subtitles. The what?
In our lives, in those terms. If it were about illegal aliens voting or being on a pathway to being able to vote, that's one discussion. But the fact that it creates this ideological imbalance in the federal system speaks to the power that the federal government has or has stolen in our lives. Their ability, And that's why you see all of this every 2 to 4
What power has the federal government stolen from you? Like, these people act like they're these like poor put upon little victims. What power has been stolen by the federal government from you? Legitimately, real question.
years, this ridiculous Punch and Judy show over who gets the reins of
What the is a Punch and Judy show? Punch and Judy is a traditional puppet show featuring Mr. Punch and his wife Judy. Okay.
power in Washington, D.C. is because they wield it like a club for their ideological viewpoint.
So take a look at what happens in a major city like Chicago. The Democrats will bring in 300,000 criminal aliens.
Yeah.
These are people who, criminal alien is the legal academic.
Wait, weren't you guys saying that it was super based that the reason that there were illegal aliens there was because the Republicans were sending them there? Weren't y'all like soy facing about that? Like, oh, isn't it based how they're using these people like human cattle for political points? Oh, soy, soy, soy.
Term. I'm not saying that to be cute. People like say illegal immigrant. I'm saying literally criminal aliens. They enter the country illegally. They're not documented. They go to Chicago, and
Also, maybe this changed since the last time I had the conversation. But isn't crossing the border a civil offense? Oh, wait, hold on. Is crossing the border a civil or criminal offense? An alien apprehended while entering or attempting to enter the United States at a time or place other than as designated by immigration officers shall be subject to a civil penalty. It's a civil. It's not a criminal. They're not criminals.
it results in, as Joe Biden put it, I'm going to quote Joe Biden here, the cities turn to dirt. That's what he said. He said that in 2007. It's a viral clip going around right now. Hardworking people don't want to pay taxes into a system that's doing this, so they leave. You end up with, you only need, in a congressional district that is a large portion criminal aliens. Let's say your congressional district, 775,000 people, has 200,000 criminal aliens. It's a really high number. It's not really that high. But it allows for this state to get an extra congressional seat. You are now only seeking votes from that 500,000. No.
Why is he saying that this is a... Why is he saying that this is a Democrat plot? Isn't a huge part of the whole argument that Republicans are making is that that they're all coming into these border states, which like Arizona and Texas and Nevada, and then they move into nearby states. So a lot of Republican states. I'm so curious. Like, where do most illegal immigrants go? USA. Let me turn off caps. Nearly half of the nation's immigrants live in just 3 states: California, Texas, and Florida. 2 of these, at least right now, are Republican strongholds. Oh, hold on. That's immigrants. Hold on. Oh, okay. Sorry. It changed it from illegal to legal. States with the most unauthorized immigrants: California, Texas, Florida. Two of these are Democratic strongholds. Illinois is Illinois a swing state? I actually don't know about Illinois. How about this? Chicago is blue. Okay. And it's congressional makeup. That's what I was looking for. I wasn't trying to look for the presidential, because I would assume that Chicago and large cities would. I didn't know what its congressional split was. I thought they were a lot more even. I thought that. No, it's because I'm thinking of Indiana, because it's all. Okay. When you said, don't you mean two of these states are Republican strongholds, not Democratic? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I misspeak? Sorry. Again, for people that are watching, I'm super sick. I'm like giga sick. I'm up. Like the only reason I'm streaming is because there's literally nothing else for me to do, and I was dying of boredom and sickness, so I decided to die of only one of them. Okay. So yeah, I would say that at this point, like, what is Florida's congressional split at this point? Because I would consider them a red state at this time. I don't care about what they do in the election. I want to know how many Congress members Florida. That's what I'm looking for. Florida is red for sure, yeah. 2 senators are both Republican. It's 28 representatives. Yeah, it's a red state, okay? 28. Whoever says that Florida is a purple state is okay? 28 representatives, 20 of them are Republicans, 8 are Democrats. Both of its senators are Republicans. Yeah. People still say that Florida's a battleground state. It's not. Okay. So, according to Tim Pool, Dim Tool here, all right? Democrats are trying to pull as many illegal immigrants into their state so that they get more congressional votes. But like Texas, Florida, Ohio is pretty red. Let's see. I'm trying to think of like anything that might have more than like 2. Like Arkansas is going to have like maybe a couple of Congress people, right? Virginia is going to have a bunch, but they're a red state right now. Georgia is mostly a red state. South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia doesn't have any. The illegal immigrants don't want to live. Even the Guatemalans, even the Hondurans, okay? Those said West Virginia? No. Thank you, dude. No. Thank you. I do not want to live in West Virginia. Dude, even the Mexicans don't want to live in West Virginia. That shit's poor as I mean, like, I can at least say, like, no one wants to move up here because it's cold, but, like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, I see a lot of red states here that have 25 to 75,000 or 75 to 175, right? Yeah, Mississippi. Yeah, even in Mississippi, they don't want to go there, dude. Holy shit. Well, that's because there's, like, if we're completely honest, like the real reason that you don't see illegal immigrants going to Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, I'm actually a little bit surprised about DC, but like we don't see them up here, we don't see them in Montana and in the Dakotas and Wyoming, and we don't see them in Mississippi and West Virginia, right? Like up here it's really cold and there's nobody that lives there, so there's no economic opportunity. Up here it's really far away from the southern border, so it's harder to get to, and it's really cold and there's not really that much economic opportunity. West Virginia and Mississippi don't have that excuse, okay? Because they're right next to Mississippi, real close to Texas, okay? Not that hard to get to from Texas. They're just so poor, nobody wants to live there, okay? West Virginia, Rocky Mountain High. Oh, wait, sorry, that's Colorado. I'm thinking of the other John Denver song. Country Roads. Me. Okay, the whole bit's ruined. Let's keep watching.
No longer are you seeking to win the majority of 775,000. If they were all hardworking Americans, it's a harder pitch. You need to convince more Americans to vote for
Sorry, let me go back.
For this state to get an extra congressional seat. You are now only seeking votes from that 500,000. No longer are you seeking to win the majority of 775,000. If they were all hardworking Americans, it's a harder...
No, I'm sorry. I have to give all my attention to this. I can't double task today. Sorry, guys. Okay, let's hear that shit again.
Working people don't want to pay taxes into a system that's doing this, so they leave. You end up with, you only need, in a congressional district that is a large portion criminal aliens. Let's say your congressional district, 775,000 people, has 200,000 criminal aliens. It's a really high number. It's not really
That's
that high.
really high
But
number.
it allows for this state to get an extra congressional seat. You are now only seeking votes from that 500,000. No longer are you seeking to win the majority of 775,000. If they were all hardworking Americans, it's a harder pitch. You need to convince more Americans to vote for you. If you have large portions of people who can't vote but give you the seat anyway, they are second-class citizens, effectively. I mean, they're not citizens, but I mean like they are second class. Their voice does not matter.
You know what? Tim Pool, I agree with you. We are treating them as like a subclass, all right, a second class, because they're not citizens. Tim Pool right here is making a great argument for amnesty and in a pathway to citizenship. That's actually a pretty strong case for why we should give these people their citizenship.
You have already been granted power. Now you need only convince a small portion to vote for you. If conservatives don't want to live in an area that's overrun by crime, like we're seeing here, I'll break it down like this. Here's what I think is happening in the cities. They're bringing in mass waves of criminal aliens into New York, into Chicago, otherwise. We are seeing
also the New York. Have we not already haven't you guys been bragging about sending illegal immigrants to New York and to Chicago? How are you going to be like, they're busing them in when like the people who are putting them on the bus are people like Greg Abbott or people like Ron DeSantis? How are you going to now be upset about it? Okay. Number two. Okay. Like, wait,
stores shut down and evaporate.
Oh yeah. The criminal aspect, like U.S. violent crime rate. Did violent crime go up or down last year? Yes, it did. Oh, wow. Thank you. Very helpful. Reported violent crime rate in the United States, 1990 through 2022. Jesus Christ. And you got to think about this, guys. Like, it's not like the reported violent crime rate was evenly distributed, right? Like, this is crazy. The worst crime waves in history in the human race, and they were largely relegated to the cities. But it's just been going down. Uh-oh. Who was the president between in 2019 and 2020? I think that was Donald Trump. But yeah, it looks like we've had some drop off. Even more. We've had more drop off here. So where is the violent crime? Are they trying to chase everyone out of the cities with violent crime? Now here's a question. We could look up let's look up NYC violent crime rate over time. Should we do? Let's do this one and fact focus. NYC crime is not worst ever, despite claims. Crazy. So let's see. Historical New York City crime data. Oh, damn it. I really thought that this would give us like. Sorry. I thought that would give us like a graph here. New York City crime stats 2023. Are crime rates up or down in the city? Is this the one that said yes? Oh, no. That's that one. Okay. According to... While some say they're afraid the city has slipped back into the battle days, what do the statistics show? Is New York City safe? Overall crime was down in New York City in 2023 by just under a percentage point compared to 2022. Both years saw more reported crimes compared to 2020 and 2021, but rates are lower compared to 2019, just before the COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns. Both years saw more reported crime. Oh, in 2023 and 2022 compared to 2020 and 2021. Got it. Murders are down 11.9%. That's... When was this? December 27th. So that was at the end of the year. That's crazy. To see a 12% drop as opposed to 438 murders in 2022, and rapes, burglaries, and shootings have all seen double-digit percentage point decreases since 2022. It's not all good news, however. The city has seen a 6.3% increase in assaults and a 15% increase in grand larceny. What is the difference between like theft and larceny? I actually don't know the answer. Okay, hold on. Having a value above a legally specified amount. Okay, let's see. Grand larceny, New York City. New York State. I'm curious. Grand larceny in the second degree. Bro, what? Okay, yeah, this is. I was about to say the second degree. It's like you see a 15% increase almost in thefts of $50K to $1 million. That's crazy. No. The charge applies to thefts that are considered more serious because the value of the property is stolen is over $1,000. That's pretty crazy. Okay. Stabbings and slashings are up just over 5%. from 4,318. Bro, if I end up moving to New York City this year, I'm gonna be walking around in Kevlar vest, bro. To 4,500 through December 18th of this year. A nice nod to Scott Steiner. Why do I know that name? Oh my God, you're so right, dude. Holy shit. Bro, I just had a brain blast. This is my favorite thing I've ever seen in my life.
You know, they say all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Small Joe, and you can see that statement is not true. See, normally if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best at beating me. And then you add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. See, the three-way at Sacrifice, you got a 33 1/3 chance of winning. But I got a 66 2/3 chance of winning because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even going to try. So, Samoa Joe, you take your 33 1/3 chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 1/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning if we used to go one-on-one, and then add 66 2/3%. I got 141 2/3 chance of winning at Sacrifice. See, Joe, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you at Sacrifice.
This shit's so good. One of my best drunken moments that I was unfortunately blackout. I only heard stories about this. I recited this entire thing from memory, drunken in the front of an Uber. In his voice, because I don't remember why. I don't even remember doing it really. But god damn, from the beginning to the end, I just recited it. That shit's so good. Okay. City subways have been the focus of most of New York's crime anxieties, but according to the MTA, overall crime is down on the rails, although felony assaults have seen a slight jump. From 1,800 to 2,100? Would y'all guess that? I'm going to make that guess. 1,800 to 2,100. While crime in the city's subway system is down compared to 2 decades ago, burglaries and felony assaults increased in 2023. I'm pretty surprised that of all of the murders, only 10 of them happened on the subway. Let's see here. Oh, this was 2022. Murder went down on the subway. Okay. So did rape. So, shoving people onto the thing. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You know what? I don't even remember. Did he get acquitted or did he get convicted? Search. I'm actually super curious. Oh, shit. This was just 10 days ago. This hasn't even gone to court yet, I guess. When the fuck did that happen? Was back in court on Wednesday in connection with a chokehold death. Judge denied the defense requested to miss charges. Attorney said the case will move forward to trial, which the judge said will likely not begin until at least the fall. Manslaughter in the second degree and criminally negligent homicide. Okay. God, that's just so stupid. Okay. Okay, well, I guess the rest of that's just like a couple of incidents. NYC crime is not the worst ever despite claims. Following Monday's congressional hearing on violent crime in New York City, claims spread across social media that the bad old days are back in the nation's largest city. If you guys don't know, like, what crime was like in the 90s and the 80s and the 70s in New York City and Chicago and, you know, these big cities, I really encourage you guys to watch some. I think that I think it's the guy was the son of Sam. One second. Hey, what was the documentary about the serial killer in New York City who... Oh, what was killed a lady in a motel in Times Square. They focused on the peep shows in the documentary. Was it about Son of Sam? Because, like, if you guys don't realize, like, people have, there's this thing called recency bias, right? Where you see, well, I'm too sick to try and form coherent sentences. Recency bias. The tendency to place too much emphasis on experiences that are freshest in your memory. Yeah. Okay. So, like, people will look at, like, crime relative Times Square killer, Richard Francis. Do you remember the name of the documentary? What I'm trying to get across is, like, we can look at all these stats. We can look at, you know, I can show you guys the did I get rid of the... Oh, did I get rid of all of the tabs that had the... I can't even remember which one of these things had the... graph with the thing that I was showing you guys. Me. Editor, if you're gonna make this into a segment, then cut out this part where I can't find the tab. Holy shit. Anyway, the thing that I'm trying to, like, point towards is, like, we have recency bias, and while things might feel bad right now, like, it's a little silly to say that crime is worse now than it ever has been, or that we're returning to the bad old days, like people were saying in that other article. What? Where's the history? Is this what I wanted? Oh, there we go. Like, so again, if you want to understand what crime was like in the 80s and the 90s and the, you know, 2000s even compared to now, like, go watch. I think the name of the documentary is Crime Scene, the Times Square Killer, right? And you'll see some of the most depraved shit you've ever seen in your life. It was like every day you were at risk of being raped, murdered, or robbed. Literally every single day. It was constant. It was everywhere. Everyone knew what it felt like to be victimized or knew someone that had been victimized. Everybody. Because it was dangerous to be in the city. New York was not this, super touristy attraction, happy place that it was post, crime bill in the United States, where we look at and we like have all these happy movies and, like it was a scary place. Times Square, right? Not like what you think of what is Times Square with all the big lights and shit like that, right? But Times Square, like the general area of New York, was just a bunch of sex shows and rapes and murders on a daily basis. There was prostitution on every single street corner. There was drugs. There was, again, like assaults, being forced into gangs. Like this was everywhere. But we want to talk about crime as if it's like the worst thing ever right now. Even if we do think that, like, let's see if we can get because this says year-to-year transit. I want to know what the New York City violent crime rate over time. Let's see if we can get like does this article have one? No, we want a basically what I'm looking for, and you guys can help me. This is like the entire United States, right? But this is going to be localized to all of the places that are like the highest place or the highest rates of violent crime, which are going to be cities, because there's a lot of places here, right? Or a lot of people there. Can y'all help me find a graph of New York City violent crime? Because I hate to just go to like images. Images doesn't feel like the right thing to do, but it's up to 2018. This is up to 2020. That was 2020. I'm not at my computer and don't give a shit about New York local issues. Well, it's not about like New York specifically. I'm just using it to illustrate a point that is there really not anything that goes up to like 2023? There's no images, no stats. 2017. Okay, wait. Larceny. 2020. 2020. 2020. 2018. Okay, here's 2022. Okay. I don't know if this is actually what we want, but this was from May 23rd of 2023. Okay. NYC major crime versus arrests. What does major crime mean? Most crime stats kind of stuck on a federal level since they are more of a local issue. Yeah, that's why I went on this whole long tangent, because I was trying to show, like, because this right here is showing us that violent crime is super, super low compared to where it was a long time ago, or even like it's remained like relatively stable, with the exception of 2020. Like it's just been going down. And I was like, well, this is going to be for the entire United States. He's talking about cities. So I don't want to like pretend like I'm leaving something out, but I can't seem to find just a bar graph for New York City. That's what I was trying to find. Or not a bar graph, a line graph. Me. Anyways, I can't even remember what he was saying or what I was saying. Let's return to the video. Sorry.
If conservatives don't want to live in an area that's overrun by crime, like we're seeing here, I'll break it down like this.
He was saying that people are moving out because crime is increasing, but like it seems like crime is either stable or down. Murder went down by 12%. There was an increase in assaults. I'd like to see what that... Okay, here it is. There's theft, grand larceny, robbery, and then assault, 539. Yeah, the rate of assault is just like super low. Here you go. Oh, thank you, Sieg. No, this is the same graph that I had. I already had for the entire United States. I wanted to find one for like a specific city that they're saying is overrun with crime. Because since this is spread out even over all the rural areas, I wanted to find a specific urban area to prove the point. But like we have, I guess we have these right here, and this is essentially showing us the same thing. So this was 2022 and this was 2023. Almost exactly the same amount of grand larceny. Felony assault dropped a little bit. Robbery. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong numbers here. Felony assault slightly rose. Robbery slightly fell. And then burglary, rape, and murder are all either down or around the same. Should we look at? Should we attempt to dive into this? Yeah. Sig, no, don't worry about it, because this is too much for my brain to handle while I'm sick. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Okay.
Here's what I think is happening in the cities. They're bringing in mass waves of criminal aliens into New York, into Chicago, otherwise. We are seeing stores shut down and evaporate.
I also just want to reiterate for the fifth time, they were jerking off on stream and shooting thick ropes of cum when they saw Abbott and Ron DeSantis bus illegal immigrants and fly illegal immigrants into New York City and into Chicago, into all these Democrat-run cities. But now that he can, like, I guess, change the framing of it and say that there are illegal immigrants there, we're just going to blame the Democrats anyway because the Republicans sent them, but we're going to blame the Democrats anyway. Like, yeah, I just want to point that out for like the 50th time, that they were sawing the out, like, haha, now you guys have to deal with illegal immigrants. And now he's saying that they wanted the illegal immigrants there.
Who's going to move first? Conservatives. This is a fact. We saw the mass migration from California, New York, Illinois into Florida and Texas. What this means then is
but are you going to say that they moved from California and New York to Texas and Florida because there are too many illegal immigrants? You think people are moving away from New York City because of illegal immigration? No. It's expensive as... Why do you think people are moving away from California? I actually, you know what? I wonder. I just, like, I can't stand how much narrative driving this guy does. when I just don't think that it lines up. California exodus. No, that shouldn't. Why are people moving out of California? Let's see if they high cost of living, politics, and crime. I want to see what the percentages and all of that are. I wouldn't doubt that. Oh my God, thank you. Pop-ups. I wouldn't doubt that the crime in California is a huge driving factor. Personally, I'm sorry. Like, high cost of living, totally legitimate reason to move, right? Crime can be a legitimate reason to move if it's actually affecting you. But like, politics, bro? Like, oh no, I have too many like gay people around me. I have too many liberals around me. I got to get the fuck out of here. Like, I'm a huge soy liberal, and I've lived in Texas my entire life, or most of my life. A lot of my friends are very, very conservative. I've never been, in a room that was. Well, hold on. Let me walk that one back. I almost said I've never been in a room that wasn't 50-50 conservatives or liberals, which would be a lie. It's like I've never been at a workplace. I've never been at a school, in a classroom where there wasn't like a lot of political diversity there, right?
Eric Adams basically describes the apocalypse for New York City due to a wave of illegal immigrants in a shocking video saying, we're done. 10,000 illegal immigrants per month. And he does not see a solution to the problem. It's fascinating because a viral tweet has emerged in which Eric Adams...
Wait. 10,000 illegal asylum seekers arriving every month? In each of the 5 boroughs? 50,000 people per year in one city? Yeah, that's going to cause problems. We don't even, like, how many... In Houston, Texas. More than 1.6 million immigrants and 70,000 refugees call the Houston region home, and 63% of them are non-citizens. More than 500,000 Houston region residents are undocumented. 500,000 in totality in the Houston area versus 10,000 every month? Okay. Now I have a better understanding of the scope of this problem. Holy shit. That's crazy. Even I wouldn't defend that shit. That's crazy. That's too many people in too short amount of time. Okay.
I'm sad that New York will always be a sanctuary city. And now it can't be. You know, it's fascinating. People who live on the borders and who live in rural areas are experiencing these problems.
Wait, how the fuck are these illegal immigrants affording to live in New York City? What is the average rent New York City? New York rentals average $33.50 for a studio and $6,800 for a 4-bedroom. Okay. The current median price of all currently available listings is $40,000 or $4,000 a month. We call it Mexi packing. Shut the fuck. So stupid. What is reasonable rent in New York City? $3,300. Oh, okay. It's the same thing. Holy, how the fuck are they affording to live there? Like, we've been talking about moving to New York City for my girlfriend's college, but this is ridiculous.
Are talking about the problems of mass illegal immigration. And in big liberal bastion cities, they say, oh, you're overreacting, and they resist.
That's because the amount of people coming in over the border, spreading out over the entire United States, is not that big of a deal. Like, it's a bad idea. It's like, it's bad. We should probably find a way to like fix things. But is it like this horrible economic disaster? No, like not by any stretch of the imagination. But like the one study that people bring up is the famous economist immigration. It starts with a B. Borjas. His famous paper focusing on Cuban immigrants coming in from Cuba into Florida measured like all of these people going into one small town over the space of like, what was it, like 6 months or some shit like that, or less? Let me see here. This is it. May simply be spurious in that his theory of the economic impact of the boat lift doesn't fit the evidence. A number of other studies conclude the opposite of what Borjas' study has found. Okay, I didn't hear that. I don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Essentially what his research into this said was like, if you get a load of people that all come into one locality in a very short amount of time, it can cause economic problems. But it even added the caveat that after, some amount of time, it was an economic boon once they were able to fix all the housing and like more people were able to, create more businesses there and all that shit, All the white nationalists loved that book. Wait, which book? Oh, this one. We Wanted Workers, Unraveling the Immigration Narrative. Yeah. But like it doesn't back up what people say, like the immigration that's coming in from Mexico is destroying our economy. It's not. His study said that like if you have a bunch of people in a very short amount of time, there's not enough jobs for them and there's not enough housing for them, it can cause economic hardship. But in the long term, is an economic boon. And if the immigration is spread out or like the time scale is increased, it's also like a just unmitigated boon to the economy. Also, right now, unemployment rates are too low. I don't know about that, but we'll look into that later.
Now, eliminated your political opposition and given yourself an extra congressional seat where the only people left to vote are going to be Democrats, guaranteeing an extra seat in Congress that cannot be opposed.
Yeah, there's a strong argument to be made because there's a lot of people that want to abandon our cities, right? They want to abandon Dallas.
Finish the clip. Oh, that's right. We were watching a different Tim Pool thing to illustrate
Something
the point.
interesting happened.
Illustrate the point that he's talking about all these Democrat people like bussing people in, and how bad it is that Democrats are doing that. But then he's like,
the governors of these states start sending the illegal immigrants to the sanctuary, saying, fine, if you're happy with it, if you like what's going on, we'll send them your way. And oh no, now New York is doomed. Really, it really is fascinating. People who don't experience the problem celebrate the problem, mock you for it. If only there was a solution, perhaps some kind of physical structure that would
oh my God, the wall.
abandon Dallas. They want to abandon Chicago, like what you're saying, and move to the burbs. And I'm a burbs guy. I love the suburbs. But there's a strong argument to be made because of that we shouldn't abandon them. We should continue to fight for our cities. And that's getting involved in like city council elections and school board elections and stuff. And people, the average person doesn't care about local politics. They care more about a presidential thing, right? So if you pull somebody's voting record, it's all about voting in a presidential election. Most people can't name who their mayor is for their city.
They can't name their reps.
They can't name their reps, right?
Reps,
and that's
or
a
even their
huge
federal
problem.
rep.
If you're watching this and you can't name your rep or your mayor, like figure it out, right? Because that is, what happens locally in your town is way more important than what Joe Biden is doing in DC, right? And yeah, to your point, we're all abandoning our cities, and now you've got this second-class person who's being represented in the government who doesn't have a vote.
That's their next play.
Yeah,
That is not fair that they're not heard.
What state or what city was it that allows non-citizens to now vote for city council
several.
elections? Yeah, it's probably a good amount.
California has a lot of them.
That's absurd to me.
Boston.
That's crazy.
New York is doing it.
And
are they?
I believe Boston maybe as well.
It's
The first story that I know of that illegal immigrants were able to vote in local elections was, I believe it was Boston, somewhere in Massachusetts, and it was for like the school board, and it wasn't specifically illegal immigrants. It was just anyone who was like here on a visa or an illegal immigrant, or like anyone who just didn't have full citizenship, right? And there's arguments for and against that, like whatever, but like it's not a federal election. They're not changing anything with the federal government.
it's insane. And I think they'll start from the bottom. They'll work on like, okay, if you've got a child in the district, you can vote in like school board elections.
That's what they're
right?
doing. Yep.
Right. And then that'll trickle upwards. Like, okay, now you can vote in like city elections. Okay, you know what? We've already got you voting for the mayor. Let's allow you to vote for like state reps and congressional spots.
If the state wants to do that, like here's the argument for why someone who is an undocumented immigrant might ought to be able to vote in a local or a state election. I don't think that I would agree with a state election, but like a local election, I could see the argument for that. And it's not like only specifically illegal immigrants. It's like anyone who just doesn't have the ability to vote but has been living here for some amount of time, right? Like they have ties to the community. Their children go to the schools too, right? Like if you're having an election for school board and then you're paying taxes into it, and your child goes to these schools, are you just like completely without a voice in that? Like I would never like die on the hill that like, yeah, we ought to do this 100%, but like the arguments for it aren't stupid. It's just something that people would decide to do. And if a locality voted and said, yeah, you don't have to be a U.S. citizen to vote in local elections, I would be like, okay, yeah, go for it. I wouldn't support that for federal elections. If you're not a citizen of the United States, you shouldn't vote, or you should be arrested if you do. Oh, that's right. I meant to hit resume on the video.
It's going to get
game.
worse.
It is, in my view, Democrats looking at the United States as the Titanic already hitting the iceberg and deciding we're going to steal as much of the fine china as we run to the lifeboats.
And it's crazy to me. You can.
What does that mean? What are we stealing?
Non-citizens, the demographics that vote for liberals, you can treat them horribly, and they will continue to vote Democrat no matter what. Right?
Wait, did he just say non-citizens vote for Democrats?
You can treat them horribly, and they will continue to vote for liberals.
To the lifeboats.
And it's crazy to me. You can treat these non-citizens, the demographics that vote for liberals, you can treat them.
These demographics that vote for liberals, non-citizens can't vote in elections. They can't vote in federal elections. They can't do it. It's not possible. They don't have the ability to do that. If you're able to find a specific example of someone who voted in a federal election that was not a citizen, were they punished? It wasn't a legal vote? Was it counted? Did it change anything? Is this something that's happening on a wide scale enough for us to actually like give a fuck? Or is this just like one of those things where we're going to get mad because we can? I guess that's like where I'm at on it.
Horribly, and they will continue to vote Democrat no matter what. Right?
It's actually a simple existential question. The Republicans want you gone. The Democrats will keep you here. Nothing else matters.
Yeah, and like the black vote, the Republican Party spends so much time and money trying to appeal to the black vote, and they should, but we've seen very little movement on it actually being substantial, right? Like Donald Trump pardoned a bunch of these rappers and these people for really stupid stuff, and I guess the strategy was that he's going to win the black vote.
Well, I don't know that he's going to win the black vote, but I do think that helped because you got a lot of high-profile, rappers being like, "I F with Trump."
I guess. I mean, here's the thing.
Why
I
does
look
that
at these
matter?
high-profile people. I've looked at high-profile political celebrities in Texas, and they don't even vote. I'm not going to name names,
right.
but there's a substantial amount of political celebrities that reside in Texas. And when I pulled their voting records, these are people that literally make their living off of politics, and they don't vote. Right. So yeah, right. You pardon.
Wait a second. Are you able to just like pull people's voting records? Is that legal? Are you able to do that in Texas? Can you just like look at someone's voting records? Can you look at voting records? Texas. That doesn't seem like it should be legal. After voting, what parts of my voting record is the public able to see? Oh, okay. Who you voted for remains private. However, other data linked to voter registration records are publicly available online. An online database that offers free legal information and tools. Name, address, or voter unique identifier. Full name, sex, address, voter ID number, and precinct number. I'm going to save this tab because I don't want someone to find my address based off of my name because I vote every month, or not every month, every election. I feel like being able to see who someone voted for is a violation of privacy rights. Yeah, absolutely. Or even to like get any information about that person from their voter registration is crazy to me. I don't know why that's legal. That's insane.
And this rapper, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I fuck with Trump."
Like imagine being one of the people that this guy's talking about. Like I probably disagree with him, right? Because this guy's a super conservative, like dick sucker if he's on Tim Pool's show and agreeing with him. But like, imagine being one of the people that he's talking about, and you just like registered to vote, but you don't vote in every single election. And now this guy can like find your address, and he can find like other information about you through that, and he can find you physically as a result of it. That's insane. That shouldn't be legal. I think that's I do not like that.
But like he's not going to go vote, and his buddy's not going to go vote. They'd rather get high. They'd rather do something else, right?
Yeah.
If you make your living off politics, and even you can't be bothered to go vote, you think that Joe Schmo that listens to rap because his favorite rapper got pardoned, do you think he's going to go do it? I don't think so.
Didn't the guy who made that song F Donald?
Right. You can't get the person that they voted for, but you can get the fact that they voted and their address and like their registration info. And I think that like that's a I wouldn't want someone to have that information or like my information there, right? Like I wouldn't like that at all.
Trump come around and be like, yeah, like he changed his mind
I
or something
think so.
like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I want to accuse someone of having opinions they don't have or whatever. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't see it. I think it goes back to what I was saying. As long as the internet's working, the food's on the table or in the fridge or on the shelves, and they've got running water, most people are just satisfied with playing video games.
What does most people have to do with a conflict?
Yeah, and you're right. Like, right, it's very cheap what you were saying to trigger like a big conflict. But I think a lot of if we're looking at a conflict, especially with the way people are so neutered nowadays, you're looking at something that just kind of lasts for maybe a day, and then everybody's like, it's fine, you know.
And
the new Marvel movies coming out.
I would nobody's watching Marvel movies anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
You didn't get the memo?
but no, but
God, they put. God, we're only halfway through this video. Sorry, guys. I don't think I can. I usually can't make it all the way through a Tim Pool video, but how do they find a way to bring in Marvel movie culture war issues into every single thing, dude? I just don't know. Like, the demographic of people that would watch a stream are probably the type of people that have seen the Marvel movies. Okay, are they worth watching? I've never cared to watch. Like, when I was a kid, I watched the first what do you call it? The first Iron Man, and I think I saw the first Captain America in theaters, maybe. Like, is it worth watching? How many movies are there in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? The early ones are really good up to Infinity War. Post Infinity War, they've completely lost all of their direction and are kind of like lost. Honestly, I really like more representation in media, but Disney focused on profit over quality since they took over Marvel. Can I get just every single one of them in? Holy shit. I'm never watching that. Oh my God, that's too close. I'm never watching this shit, dude. Like, the first Avenger, I watched that one. Watched the first Iron Man. Didn't watch the second Iron Man. I might have seen The Incredible Hulk. No, hold on. No, that's a different Hulk, right? That's a different guy. I might have seen Thor. I can't remember. I did see the Avengers. Okay, I did see the Avengers. I didn't see Iron Man 3. I didn't see the Winter Warrior. I didn't see Guardians. God damn. I watched like a third of Black Panther. Why are there so many? I'm a nerd, okay? Comic books just never appealed to me. I'll never understand, dude. Plus all the shows and shorts and stuff, yeah, like it's just too it's like oversaturated. How the can you keep up with that shit if you weren't watching it since 2008 religiously?
Think about this.
I haven't seen one of them.
I mean, the Marvels was a steaming turd. But,
yeah,
you know.
it's the worst. It's the worst film. The Marvels is the lowest box office of any film, including The Incredible Hulk, which was considered the black sheep of the Marvel films. But not to go into Marvel specifically,
The Incredible Hulk.
Culturally, ratings have collapsed from the lowest box office of any film, including The Incredible Hulk, which was considered the black sheep of the Marvel films. But not to go into Marvel specifically, culturally, ratings have collapsed from the Emmys, the Grammys, or whatever. Because
everyone's watching
games, everything.
It's all because of wokeism, dude. It's all because of wokeism. It has nothing to do with the fact that nobody watches cable anymore, right? Couldn't possibly be that. Or do these things include? Because I don't think. I think that in the past there was a lot more focus on the Emmys and the Grammys and the Golden Globes and all of that shit. I think there was a lot more focus on that because we all watched the same shows, because there were only 12 channels that the broader public would watch. But now there's 5 billion shows on, as many streaming services, and everybody's watching a different show, and they're all highly produced. And so people just kind of stick in their own little siloed communities, and nobody's going to like sit there and be like, oh, wow, did you guys see that? You know, I can't even think of a fake TV show, but like X TV show saw, got a Golden Globe. It's like, no, I didn't even know that show existed, you know?
They're flattening out.
Well, because everything has an agenda, right? I can't. My wife noticed this, and she wasn't born and raised in America. My wife noticed like every single show has, or even commercial, you can't turn on the TV without some sort of propaganda where it's like, you got like something, right?
Have you seen Aquaman 2?
No, and I'm not going to.
Do you know what it's about?
No, what?
The bad guy is burning an ancient fuel which releases greenhouse gases and is causing global warming.
See, just like
I am
just
not joking.
Exhausted hearing that.
I don't care. Okay, I think we've gotten to the end of whatever we're going to get out of that video. Jesus Christ. Segment. Sorry, editor. I can't watch the rest of it. If they're going to sit there and soy out about global warming and Thor 2 or whatever I'm not going to watch the rest of it. I just don't care. He made a movie where he played Hitler, and it's apparently really funny. Oh, are you talking about Jojo Rabbit? Let me see. Oh yeah, look at that. It is him. Taika Waititi. This is a very good movie. Oh, Jesus Christ. I loved this movie. Yeah, if you haven't seen Jojo Rabbit, you should. It's really funny. It's really good, and good commentary on Nazi Germany from a child's perspective. That's what the movie is. A worthwhile Marvel movie is Legion with Aubrey Plaza. I will look into that then, if it's worthwhile. Okay, what else do we got? Daredevil and Jessica Jones. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch any of these shows. Sorry. Like I like a lot of nerdy things. Like if you look at my YouTube recommendeds. Oh, one second. I gotta zoom out because I zoomed in for the picture above that we were looking at. If you take out the news stuff and the politics stuff, and I guess the music stuff, like it's all like nerdy shit, like video game stuff, music and video game. What? Guys, hold on. Do you guys know who this guy is? This Wrangler Star guy? Have you guys ever seen any of his like TikToks or YouTube shorts or videos? Have you guys ever seen his face? Just like give me like a temperature check in chat, please, really quick. No idea, but that's an interesting title. Okay, I need to take you on a journey. Okay, do you guys want to? Hold on. I need to take you guys on a journey because when I first saw this guy, it was like a year and a half, 2 years ago. I feel like that I first started seeing his shit pop up on either TikTok or YouTube Shorts or Twitter. I don't remember where I first saw him, but I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. He's like an outdoorsy survival kind of guy. That's really interesting, right? And he had a lot of really cool things to say. He used to work for the U.S. Fire Service, right? And I was like, wow, there's some like really cool, interesting stuff that he's talking about. I didn't know that, right? And I'm the kind of person that has a lot of information about a lot of different things. I just have a very curious mind, I guess, right? So if you like go to his shorts, and let's see, let's find one that's like a little less insane really quick, right? Here, let's watch this one. How about this?
Beloved, welcome back. Finished up my last firewood pile. This is a Scandinavian style, the round Hugelhausen, or Germans, I don't know, but this is a really good way to stack your firewood because it dries very quickly and it looks very nice. Some people will take the bark and almost make kind of a waterproof, place, kind of interweave them like a tile roof to help keep it dry. I usually throw a tarp over. Bigger or odd size things can be thrown in the middle and you'll build up a dome, which will shed rain. But give it a try. It's about 8 foot in diameter. And
Right, it's just like little cool things like that. And then he talks about like,
beloved, I've went barefoot for almost.
Okay, hold on. That's where he's getting into the crazy stuff. Okay, let's watch one of the splitting
Beloved,
ones.
those billets that we cut last week out of that old growth are practically unsplittable. I've even tried to get a wedge into them. That wood is so gnarled and twisted. Let's back that edge up with the universal key. Incredible. The wedge is actually hot to the touch from that massive impact.
Yay, he
Goodness,
split it.
gentlemen, look at that.
Kind of split it.
It won't give up the ghost.
So it started off with some like pretty normal things like that. But then let me see if I can find it off screen here for just like 1 second. It's one of the suggested ones.
We'll start with a chunk of cow panel. Use your.
And then all of a sudden he starts making ones that are
How to
that
make
are
tire
like,
spikes out of a 6-inch framing nail.
hold on, refresh.
How to make tire spikes out of a 6-inch.
This isn't what I wanted. This isn't the one I clicked on.
We'll start with a chunk of cow panel.
So then last year I click on one of these, right? And he's like, we'll start with a cow panel or whatever right? And it goes
Use your fingers as a gauge. Mark
crazy.
horizontals. Of course, every professional homeowner should have a pair of bolt cutters. Sooner the better.
And you're sitting there like, I wonder what he's gonna do with this. Wait, what the? Is he making caltrops? Why? And then you start to realize this guy is a former U.S. Fire Service or woodsman, whatever who is fired from that job because of his videos of him making his property an impenetrable fortress. He is a extreme doomsday prepper with a trad wife who talks about how our forefathers knew how to make things just way better than all of us sissy young men nowadays that were raised without a father. And it's just like, wait, why is this one called My Autism? He has the same song in every single one of them, which is cohesive.
An uneven number. My autism.
Oh, okay. Oh no, my autism. Let me see if I can find one of his crazier. Oh wait, who is the bad guy? Let's see if he talks about some of the.
Beloved, you're
end of
shown
the
on
world
the
stuff.
internet, on media, all of the violence, Antifa, far left, far right.
There we go.
And you see that as violence. What we don't see is that we grew up in violence. The violence is the oppression that's been put upon us from an overbearing tax law, injustice in the criminal courts, pay to play, extorting us through taxes and fees and everything where you cannot do anything. A man can't build a shed. A man can't cut down a tree without the permission of Big Daddy. Remember, the violence that you're seeing, what they're telling you is violence, is a pushback to a system that has been oppressing us for a long time. Flip the narrative. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. Be careful of who you would point the finger at as the bad guy. Beloved, you're shown.
Wait, is America going to war? What is he doing?
I'm
Bro.
about to call the United States Navy. You're going to want to hear.
And like, again, when I say like this guy could have been like just a universally beloved by both left-wingers and right-wingers kind of person, just like everyone would think that he's just the most wholesome dude in the entire world. Okay, when I say that, I mean it. His videos with the
Because you attended public school or public
because this guy's videos are so, you know, just like about like the trad life, the trad wife, right? If he didn't use that language, everyone would be like, "Oh, this guy's so cottagecore," or "Oh, this guy, he's just like such a wholesome guy. He's just really good at, you know, living out on his own," you know? Because there are a lot of content creators that got big on Instagram and on TikTok and on YouTube doing that, right? They don't talk about politics at all. They don't do anything like that. They just, you know, there's a lot of people that just chop wood for fun on TikTok for some reason, right? That do a lot of little survival things, and they are just universally loved. This guy, though, is schizo. I want to see the
I'm
calling
about to call
the
the
U.S.
United
Navy.
States Navy. You're going to want to hear this conversation.
America's Navy, this is Petty Officer Adam.
Hey, Adam, this is Cody. I'm calling from Washington State.
Hello, Cody. I am in Oregon State.
Yes, I just heard on TikTok that you...
I'm sorry. The pause after the Washington State, I was like, I wonder how this guy's going to respond. And he sounded like he was confused while he's like, "Hi, I'm Cody, and I'm in Oregon State. Nice to meet you."
You guys are no longer requiring GEDs or high school diplomas. Is that true?
Will do, Senior. You still there?
Yes.
Okay, so the new word, so yes. Apparently that is correct. But the caveat to that is you have to score 50 or above on the ASVAB.
All right. Well, thank you for clarifying that. Looks like we're going to war.
Well, thanks for giving me information. Oh, well, let's hope not. But thanks for giving me some information. So I appreciate it, and I learned a little bit. So good to go. Yeah, if you get any more questions or anything, reach out to us, okay?
I appreciate that. Have a good day. Straight from the horse's mouth.
I wonder if there was some stuff cut out there because it sounded like he learned more than we know. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter is a bold and fire statement. It's bold. There is a kind of fire that would be associated with
Beloved,
that. Yeah.
one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen in public is a grown man holding a woman's handbag. Maybe she goes into the restroom, maybe she goes here. Never ever hold a woman's handbag. If you've been guilty of this in the past, you need to exercise your right as a man and you need to say no. Now your woman's gonna kick back. She's gonna buck on this. You hold fast. You tell her that if she doesn't want to carry her own bag, then she shouldn't bring one. Beloved, one of the most pathetic things I've ever...
Okay.
Beloved, if you were unfortunate enough to be born to a single mother that didn't teach you anything and ran your dad off, you probably don't know this.
And I want to I want to stress, it started off incredibly wholesome with just the tree cutting down stuff and like this is how you heat up your house in the winter if you're living off the land. They were like really interesting little videos, and then like every time he got into another controversy, and all of his little controversies that I've only vaguely been aware of, right, all have to do with him saying some like wacky ass crazy shit about the government, wacky ass crazy stuff about like make sure that you always have a gun on you just in case one of those Antifa terrorists come up on you, right? Like it's just like been this corkscrew down of madness, and it's so interesting to watch.
Men do not drink from straws. It is not.
Okay, I'm sorry. No. Anyone that says that, like, because I know guys like this, all right? If you guys know someone like this, you have to save them. Men that are too scared to drink out of a straw because they're scared it makes them look gay or makes them look feminine because they're sucking on something, that shit's so gay, dude. Holy shit. I'm sorry. They think it looks gay. I'm using gay in the derogatory sense. That shit's stupid as okay? If you can't drink out of a straw, especially like, brother, you have a mustache. That shit's annoying as when you're drinking. Where's my water bottle? Well, I'm drinking like this, and I don't have a straw, and I don't have something to like a lid like this. The amount of water that's in my mustache. Here, I'll use this paper towel as. I kind of drank too much off of it. Here, watch. That's a lot of liquid to come off of a mustache, okay? Mustaches have a load of water retention. They're really good at it. It's like the sham wow on your face, dude. Drink out of a straw so you don't have shit all in your mustache.
Not masculine to drink from straws. Speaking of straws, you know those eco-friendly paper straws that they're pushing upon us? The glue inside of those is not good for you. It's actually quite toxic. It can harm your health. Ditch the straw. Drink out of the glass like a man. Beloved, if you...
Okay, no, enough of his shorts. I'm so unbelievably curious what this is about. Why I uploaded inappropriate content to Facebook.
Any of you
go on.
have asked me why I've decided all of a sudden to start
cute
uploading
cat.
porn
You
on
guys
my
can't see it.
Facebook page.
Wait, what?
Beloved, many of you have asked me why I've decided all of a sudden to start uploading porn on my Facebook page. Well, I'll tell you.
Is this a way to get back in the deep state, my guy?
3 weeks ago, I was contacted by a fellow YouTuber by the name of Joe Budden. Joe Budden runs a popular podcast where he interviews a lot of people in the music industry, hip-hop. He was a former hip-hop artist. He had a big single, I think back in the day, 10 years ago or so. His music career didn't turn out, and so now he's doing podcasts. You know, he interviews a lot of big-name people, especially in the entertainment industry. He's got a running beef with Drake. He even claims, or people claim, that one of Drake's songs references him and the beef that they're having. What he wanted was he wanted me to be on his podcast. And I thought, well, that's a bit of a strange...
I'm sorry. The cat's just over here licking his asshole during this entire video so far. Like the cat's literally just there licking his asshole while he's talking about podcasts.
That would be a very strange collaboration. You think General Sam was odd. This is even more odd. But I looked into him. As I said, I hadn't heard of him before. I looked into him a little bit, and he seemed like a legit guy. And I thought, well, why not? It'll be fun. And I didn't really have any idea why he contacted me. I just figured, well, you know, maybe he's a fan of the channel. And
yeah, do you think that maybe like the 2.5 million subscribers might be a reason, my guy?
he seemed to be checked out, seemed to be a credible guy. And so I answered the email and said, yeah, we would be happy to. Let's set up a call. So we set up a call a couple days ago. And it was at a particular time, and we were going to go over the details and get everything laid out for this podcast. Now, I have to say, I don't know if Joe has anything to do with this. I'm just telling you what has happened. I have never spoke with him. This could be happening outside of his control. It probably is. But I think, in my opinion, now this is all my opinion because I don't have the facts, but I think that this was all a very, very sophisticated and elaborate scam. I'm pretty internet savvy. I have never been taken by internet scams before. I like to think that I'm, smart and savvy enough to see through this. But if this turns out to be a scam, it was so devious and so clever.
I think I know where this is
that
going.
I hadn't.
Is this guy going to say that someone reached out to him? It sounded legit. and they hacked his Facebook and started posting porn on it? Is that what it was?
No idea, even though the red flags were all over the place. Excuse me. So we set up a call. We had a call. This was 2 days ago, I think 2 or 3 days ago at 2 o'clock. We jumped on a Zoom call and there was no video. I thought, well, that was a little bit strange. And Joe was not there. It was someone who claimed to be one of his employees. Now, this guy had a very thick accent. I'm guessing probably Indian, maybe Pakistani. I don't know. But he definitely seemed to know a lot about Joe, and he was very, very pushy. He was so pushy to the point where I made a mental note, and I thought, you know, when I get on this podcast with Joe, or when I talk with Joe, I'm going to tell him that I don't think too much of his employees. I felt like he was very disrespectful, very dismissive, and really impatient. What he told me
This
he
guy
wanted
got
to do
scammed
was,
as fuck.
he said, we need to jump on your Facebook page and optimize it and make sure you have all the right settings so that when we go live on Facebook for this interview, that everything will work. Now, this makes sense. You know, I've done these before, and this is a common thing. It's nothing out of the usual.
Oh, look
So
at that. It
2
even
o'clock,
says over right
I
here.
jumped on the call. We were probably on there for maybe 10 minutes or so. And went through, and we did a screen share, and I was going through all of my Facebook, and I don't use Facebook that much, so I didn't really. I'm not all that.
Wait, hold on. Someone said toupee looks oh so good today, and it was pinned by Wrangler Star. Yes, it does. I'm currently wearing a brand new prototype toupee made from the hair of Polynesian virgins force-fed a strict diet of organic coconut oil. I'm calling this model the Paw in honor of my childhood hero, Michael Landon. Jesus Christ. I can sympathize with this. When I was, I think, 13 or 14, something like that, on Facebook, I had a page for Swagrid, right? Like Hagrid, but there was a photoshopped like chain on him and a flat bill cap and shit, you know, and he was Swagrid. And I just posted memes on there, and I had like, I want to say like 300,000 people who followed the page, right? And I just shit posted, and I posted memes on it and all that shit. Someone hacked that shit, and I never got it back, you know? Frodo Swaggins in the Fellowship of the Bling. Bro, that's based just, dude. Yeah, no, I had Swagrid. Yeah, that shit got hacked and never got those 300,000 followers back. I complained to Facebook. It never got fixed, you know. I don't even remember exactly what happened, you know. Okay, I thought that this guy just like decided to like go against the Facebook overlords and started posting porn. Okay, never mind. Let's see. Me, dude. I really hate being sick, dude. Let's see. What else do we have going on today? Oh, you know what? We should see what the fuck is going on. Let's see here. Oh, he admits it. Let's see what this is about.
President Biden is calling on Congress to pass a bipartisan border bill for, as he calls it, tougher border.
Oh, yeah. By the way, if you guys haven't already subscribed, if you guys haven't already followed on Kick, I'm streaming on Kick and YouTube. I got banned from Twitch. We don't really know why. I got denied my ban appeal. It was rejected. So we're on YouTube and Kick exclusively for the long foreseeable future. All right. For at least 6 months until I can put in another appeal. So if you guys want to subscribe or like the stream so more people pop up into chat and make the stream a little bit more fun, etc., please do. I'm not very good at selling myself. I'm just good at chilling with chat. All right. So, yeah, become a member on YouTube. I think that gives me money and it helps me pay the editor that puts out our videos. All right. Love you guys. Let's watch videos, I guess.
Sources say that bipartisan Senate negotiators have agreed to a plan that would empower the White House to crack down on illegal migrants crossing at the southern border. But House Speaker Mike Johnson warned a Senate border deal could face some strong headwinds in his chamber. He wrote this: if rumors about the content of the
do we know what the immigration draft bill 2023 is this what it is? No, this isn't what it is. Never mind. This is something way different. No, December 1st, 2023. Yeah, this is not it. What could I search if I wanted to know what the bill in question is that the House Republicans are saying they will immediately tank on arrival. It is dead on arrival, but the Senate Republicans are like, can we please pass this shit because we don't have anything to run on? I want to know what that bill is. What can I search? What can I put into the search bar of Google to actually find that? Or has it even been released?
Proposal are true, it would have been dead on arrival in the House anyway. Now, Donald Trump is actively working to dismantle the deal. He says Republicans should not concede to a victory to President Joe Biden. With me now is Mika Solner, congressional reporter for Punchbowl News. So let's start here with this statement that came out from the president overnight, in which he says this of the proposal: it would give me, as president, a new emergency authority to shut down the border when it becomes overwhelmed. And if given that authority, I would use it the day I signed the bill into law. The characterization of a Democratic president, especially this one, saying that he would shut down the border, that rhetorical evolution, what does that suggest about strategy here and where the White House is going?
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me on. I think that the border has become a huge political problem for Democrats, and the Biden administration knows
Really?
they're getting blasted on Capitol Hill by House Democrats, Senate Democrats, saying the border is out of control.
CBS says it's a proposal based on ongoing negotiations. I know you can't link anything. I wish I could change that on YouTube. But if you join the Discord, could you link that article in the Discord for me, because that would be really interesting. Or I guess I could just, or you know what, type into chat what the title of the CBS article that you're reading is, and I'll just copy and paste it into the Google.
Migrant crisis is getting out of hand, and it's all under President Biden's watch. And many House Democrats that I spoke to said that, the Biden administration should have acted sooner. They seem to have lost the narrative on the border, and Republicans are hammering this campaign message, calling Democrats that they're weak on the border. They're advocating for open borders. All of this is not going to bode well, especially in these southwestern.
Yeah, search up immigration bill division Republicans. Copy. Okay, let's see if we can find. I would love to. The title is Senate Immigration Talks Continue as Divisions Threatened. Yeah. Hey, look at that. Okay, I want to know. Border policy negotiations aimed at forging a compromise on unresolved issues like immigration parole authority through divisions among Republicans threatened to derail. Though divisions among Republicans threatened to derail the effort, people directly familiar with the talks told CBS News. Republican leaders are also trying to gauge how much GOP support for a border security agreement with Democrats has shifted. Like, here's the thing. Like, Republicans have been screaming about this for so long. They have been screaming about it for so long. And right now, they are in the best position that they've ever been in to get concessions out of Democrats, possibly at least in recent memory. Like the Democrats are like super hardcore on not enforcing some of the stuff that the Republicans want to enforce, right? We have very, very different philosophies on what our policy should be. in regards to immigration and in regards to people coming over the southern border. Nobody wants open borders. That's just a right-wing talking point. Nobody wants open borders. But they're tanking that because Donald Trump told them to. Because it would tank his ability to run on the issue of immigration. I never heard anything major on the news about border enforcement until Trump's campaign in 2016. I wonder if he was the one who started the argument. No. I don't, every time I say this, I feel shitty because I'm starting to get older, right? I'm 28 years old, and there are a lot of younger people who don't know about like the state of politics pre-Trump, because that's when a lot of people started paying attention, and that's when, you know, everybody started getting involved in politics. At least I say involved in politics. That's when everybody had an opinion on politics, right? But before that, it really wasn't that it wasn't as common for everybody to have an opinion on something going on with, you know, national politics. It wasn't as common. Immigration's been an issue for Republicans since, no, it's probably been an issue since, I want to say, the later years of Bush. That's when I think it started. In its current iteration, right, where everyone's freaking the out, they're invading our country and shit like that, right? Like the Tea Party was freaking out about it and all that stuff. Now it really got inflamed with Trump. That's true. You know, there's the famous rapist thugs. Is this it?
Now, on immigration...
Oh, this is doubles down on calling them. Where... criminals... Is it criminals, rapists, thieves?
Say one thing about Donald Trump, he sure has people talking. Trump is enraging many people with his remarks about Mexican immigrants.
They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people.
How can you succeed?
Yeah, like, that was like, people were freaking out about it before, but this is when it like really started popping off as like one of the biggest, like, number one issue. Like, it was like a top 5 or top 10 issue before that, but this is like the craziest stuff. Bush actually makes a lot of sense, especially with 2001. Yeah, and I think that like during Obama, I was in middle school when Obama was elected, and I remember hearing like Rush Limbaugh talk about like the southern border not being secured, and, you know, terrorists are coming over. I'm originally from Arkansas, right? Like, I was born in Arkansas, and most of my family lives in Arkansas. I remember one time I stayed the summer with my grandfather, and he had talk radio on. And bro, if I didn't hear like the craziest shit, I think it was Rush Limbaugh, but I could be wrong. It was a very long time ago. But they linked every single problem all together, that there were Islamic terrorists coming over the border with illegal Mexican immigrant cartel members that were doing abortions or something. Like, it was crazy. Like, they were doing abortions, and they were also, voting illegally and shit. Like it was every single horrible thing that Republicans fear, all wrapped into one narrative. And so it's been a while. I just listened to WXPN with my mom in the 2000s. Radio Free America stuff. Radio Free America, is that like Radio Free China, the thing that everyone says is propaganda?
States in close proximity to the border.
All right, so before we talk about the House, let's talk about the Senate, where these negotiations are happening. As we said, former President Trump does not want this bill to pass. He calls it meaningless and says they should wait for a perfect bill. Republican senators are not immune to the pressures of the former president. So is it clear that this will pass through the Senate, even make it to the House? And what are these Republican senators doing to placate former President Trump?
Yeah, that's a great question. The bipartisan negotiations that have been going on for 4 months now on getting this border deal done seems to be on very, very thin ice. And it's all thanks to former President Donald Trump, who doesn't want to give Joe Biden a victory on the border. But I'm going to add also that, conservative Republicans have been very, very critical.
Radio Free America. I don't think I've ever even heard of Radio Free America. Tom Valentine. Me, I don't know who that is. Jesus. Sorry. That was rude. I shouldn't laugh at people's appearance. Is this who they got to replace Don Lemon? Bro, I have no clue. You're only saying that because he's black. You're only saying that because he's black. Come on.
Of any negotiation.
I will say though, this guy's facial hair is strange to me. Is it does this not look strange? And I can't even place why. It's like it's so smooth and so... Yeah, it's like an uncanny valley beard. Okay, anyway, sorry. I'm being a piece of shit. I'm making fun of people's appearance. I need to stop. I need to stop.
The narrative on the border, and Republicans are hammering this campaign message, calling Democrats that they're weak on the border. They're advocating for open borders. All of this is not going to bode well, especially in these southwestern states and states in close proximity to the border.
All right, so before we talk about the House, let's talk about the Senate, where these negotiations are happening. As we said, former President Trump does not want this bill to pass. He calls it meaningless and says they should wait for a perfect bill. Republican senators...
Yeah, we live in a democratic republic, okay? What does that mean? It means that due to our system, you're never going to get 100% of what you want. We elect representatives that then go to the House and go to the Senate, and they, advocate on our behalf based off of things that they ran on. And there's always going to be people that you disagree with there, and they're going to ask for concessions for things that they think that their constituents want. That's just how it works. Our system is designed to move slowly. That's how it works. You're never going to get a perfect immigration bill. And if you're waiting for your party to be in complete control, right? You have a majority in the House, a majority in the Senate, and the presidency. If you're waiting for that so that you can get a perfect bill, then nothing will ever get done, ever. Look at Donald Trump's presidency. Look at Donald Trump's presidency. What the f did he get passed besides the tax bill? What major piece of legislation did he get through? Nothing. There was no major pieces of legislation besides his tax plan. Especially since our country is inherently built on economic gain, creating an inherent bias within the system. I don't know if I fully agree with that, but I also don't know if I understand what you mean 100%. Like, yeah, our country is built on economic gain, but like as a former socialist, like even the Soviet Union, even socialist countries they want there to be economic gain, right? And they would make policies so that their economy would grow. So, but maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean.
Are not immune to the pressures of the former president. So is it clear that this will pass through the Senate, even make it to the House? And what are these Republican senators doing to placate former President Trump?
Yeah, that's a great question. The bipartisan negotiations that have been going on for 4 months now on getting this border deal done seems to be on very, very thin ice. And it's all thanks to former President Donald Trump, who doesn't want to give Joe Biden a victory on the border. But I'm going to add also that, conservative Republicans have been very, very critical of any negotiations on this bill. We're seeing, House Republicans saying that it's already dead on arrival unless it's something.
They were the ones that wanted to tie Ukraine and Israel funding, or maybe it was just Ukraine funding. I guess we can look at that in a second. But like, they wanted to tie these two issues together. Democrats necessarily, since Democrats are like super hardcore on the side of Ukraine and like are like totally willing to send them as much as they want, they're super willing to concede stuff, even if it's on immigration, which from what I understand, based off of things that both Senate Republicans and House and Senate Democrats have been saying, this was an immigration bill gift to the Republicans because they were willing to make a lot of border sacrifices so that they could continue funding Ukraine, so that Russia doesn't, completely overtake the entire country. So why is this a gift to Biden? Do you have any more information on it? Yeah, I mean, like, if we look up immigration, I can't type, holy shit. Immigration tied Ukraine funding. This is like a big deal. I want to say at the November, something like that. Let me see here. With immigration tied to Ukraine, Biden will upset one set of Democrats in 2024. Joe Biden has been left with only bad and worse options in his flagging campaign to send more aid to Ukraine amidst its war with Russia, and has now found its fate tied to one of the most thorniest issues in U.S. politics, immigration. In addition to the implications for Ukraine's fate in its fight against invasion, it could be a serious hit for Biden in a crucial election year. Biden's progressive base is already in an uproar over his unwavering support for Israel and its war in Gaza, and he is forced to adopt a hardline immigration policy, then that faction will probably be even more angered. Despite White House's warnings that the U.S. is out of money and nearly out of time to assist Kyiv, Congress failed to approve another aid package before the end of the year, as Republicans tied approving any deal to immigration policy changes. Ugh. Schumer kept the chamber in session another week to try and reach a deal with Republicans on a supplemental funding bill, but he acknowledged on Tuesday that the negotiations would stretch into 2024. So Republicans, I mean, like, and also like, there's just like, there's so many things. If I hate to come off as partisan, because I have principles, and if the Democrats were wanting to pursue something that violated the principles that I have, then I wouldn't support the Democrats. But holy do I hate Republicans. Like, do you guys remember in 2021 and 22 when we had all of these major pieces of legislation coming out with Biden? And they're like, why is this bill, $3 trillion? Why is there so much? Why is this an infrastructure bill? But it also has, stuff in there for COVID funding or for this or for that. Why are we not just funding our roads and bridges? That's what infrastructure is. Schools are an infrastructure. Hospitals are an infrastructure. We should be doing line item votes on all of these things, which would nothing would ever get passed in Congress or the Senate if that was the case, right? There's going to be things that are tied together, but they didn't want to tie any two issues together because they didn't think it was politically expedient at the time. Now they're like, okay, well, we'll possibly fund some stuff for Ukraine so that Russia stops, bombing all of their cities. But like, you're gonna have to help us keep some brown people out of our country if you want. Like, now they want to tie all these things together into large bills that are tied to different issues. Like, come the fuck on. But anyways, let's finish this video and then we can read an article
that
with more
mirrors a very
information.
hardline immigration and border security bill that they passed last year or something, or that exact bill. So there's a lot of tension and division among the Republican Party, but now Trump's outward opposition to this bill is really going to make it even more difficult to get anything done on this.
Yeah.
Also, can you imagine if the Democrats during Trump's presidency were willing to completely tank negotiations on a major piece of legislation because Obama told them to? Or let's make it even more analogous. Let's say in an election year, let's say in 2020, President Biden said, hey, Democrats, don't increase funding for families due to COVID because this would be really bad for Trump if things got really bad. If the economy tanks, right, then it will be really bad for Trump and it would be really good for our chances to win. And then all the Democrats just like decided we're not going to pass any legislation until, after the election. Can you imagine how incensed the entire country would be if a Democrat did that? But because it's Trump and we're just so used to Trump being a petulant, I'm sorry, that is going around and up everything about our country and up the perception of America all over the world, right? Because we're so used to him doing that, him trying to pull the strings like a puppeteer behind the scenes, not even as an elected official. Nobody's upset about that on the Republican side. That's insane, especially for like a lot of conservatives, like number one issue being immigration. Why the would they be okay with tanking a stronger policy towards, the southern border just so it could hurt Joe Biden or just so it could help Trump?
This HB2 is the one you're talking about that the House passed and sent to the Senate, which was dead on arrival when it reached there last year. Is this an existential fight for Speaker Johnson? We saw what happened to former Speaker McCarthy. Any movement on border security?
I'm pretty sure Marjorie Taylor Greene threatened Speaker Johnson with the same shit as McCarthy if he passed this bill. Like they would move to remove him as speaker if he went forward with this.
Before the election could cost him his seat.
Yeah, Speaker Johnson is in a very difficult position. I mean, we're already seeing the House Freedom Caucus, the most conservative faction of the House, become extremely irritated with him. And they've tied the border to basically every fight on Capitol Hill. They're going to be angry.
But now they don't want to pass anything because it might help Donald or might help Joe Biden look good. We might as well just like tank. Didn't Donald Trump say something about like Trump tank economy hurt Biden? Let's see if that gets us anything. I guess we can do CNBC. Biden slammed Trump as revealing twisted true colors after Trump says he hopes economy crashes in 2024. Can I see, where did he say this? That's not what I want. Okay. In an interview that aired Monday on the right-wing video platform Lindell TV, of course, Mike Lindell, Trump said, when there's a crash, I hope it's going to be during this next 12 months because I don't want to be Herver Hoover. Can I get like a clip of that? Search. Oh, cool. Fuck off. Are we never going to find... I really appreciate the fact that you reaffirm your sources when talking about this stuff. It's refreshing. Yeah, I try to be as based in reality as possible, which is why I get really frustrated with Republicans because they're not based in reality. Okay, let's finish this and then we'll try and find all that stuff. Okay.
Angry if he chooses to do another short-term government funding bill, which is likely what he's going to have to do again in March. And they're saying that, you know, the border is going to be this top issue and that Mike Johnson has to do something. They try to get something attached, the HR2 bill attached last minute on the last CR government funding bill. So there's no doubt that these hardliners are going to continue to push Johnson, and that, you know, that might ultimately end in the end of his speakership.
Let me ask you about the rest of this bill, because the border funding, about $13.5 billion, was added as a sweetener to try to get some Republican support for the tens of billions of dollars of this bill, because the
rest of this bill. Okay, I want to immigration HR2. We'll Google that and then we'll...
border funding, about $13.5 billion, was added.
$13.5 billion. No, I did. Okay. Miscellaneous. HR2 is the bill that Johnson says is DOA is DOA. It's 13.5 billion dollars. Jesus Christ. Increased funding by 13.5 billion. Okay, we'll look at that.
Was added as a sweetener to try to get some Republican support for the tens of billions of dollars of aid for Ukraine and Taiwan and Israel. There are Republicans who believe that funding must be passed to turn the spigot on back to some U.S. allies. These can't be decoupled now. So what happens to all the...
And like, can you, I'm sorry, I keep on interrupting. We've been on this for, like 20 minutes and we're only 5 minutes through it. But like, can you imagine being a Republican, right? And we have all these issues all over the world. America is the leader of the free world. Like it or not, that's just what we are. We are the most powerful nation that the human race has ever seen. Like, bar none, there is literally no nation in the history of humankind that has ever reached the level of power, global supremacy as the United States. And for some reason, instead of, maintaining our power with our allies, instead of assisting our allies, recognizing that like Ukraine is a litmus test for what could happen in the future as a result of the invasion from Russia, right? Like Taiwan being at risk for invasion from China, right? Both of those nations being, even openly against the United States, keeping funding from Israel, our closest ally in the Middle East, right? Like all of these world events with geopolitical allies, none of that really matters. Instead, I'm going to focus on ESG scores in the economy, and DEI is making too many black pilots, and there's too many trans people in the world, and we need to make sure that they're not like turning our kids into transgenders because they read a comic book in their local library. And like these are the things that you're focusing on, not the like really, really important global issues that the United States is at the center of. It's insane to me. It's insane to me that we live in such separate realities.
The foreign aid.
Yeah, the foreign aid is definitely
Enough with
also
F
in
this, F
question.
that.
There's already
I should curse less. However, however, you have to understand this is incredibly frustrating and also incredibly. Oh, sorry. You know what? I'm going to ding myself on that one. This is incredibly frustrating and incredibly important. All right. And it's like the entire it's like 50% of this country literally cares less about the success of the nation and care more about the appearance of success. It's not even like they care about the appearance of success from like people looking at the United States. They just want us. They want to feel like they're succeeding on something, right? And it's so ironic that the conservatives are throwing in everything that they have, all of their political, capital, with a guy who basically has the appearance of being a good person. No, he doesn't even have the appearance of being a good person. He has like the appearance of being like an ultra wealthy, like, businessman. Meanwhile, like all of the wealth, sorry, cursing, all of the wealth that he has is under scrutiny because he's defrauding everybody. He's not even it's very likely that he won't even be able to do any kind of business in New York going forward because he defrauded both the government and other people so hard. It's all about the appearance of success and not with actual success. The appearance of progress without changing anything. It's insane.
already growing sentiment on Capitol Hill that's expanded widely by Republicans both in the Senate and the House saying that they
Sorry, let
don't
me
want
rewind
this
a
vote.
little bit. I missed something.
Funding must be passed to turn the spigot on back to some U.S. allies. These can't be decoupled now. So what happens to all the foreign aid?
Yeah, the foreign aid is definitely also in question. There's already growing sentiment on Capitol Hill that's expanded widely by Republicans both in the Senate and the House saying that they don't want to give any more money to Ukraine. I think there's a little bit more consensus on Israel, but foreign aid has been difficult. And I think a lot of this is due to the rise of some of the populist Republicans that have come to office in the wake of Trump's first presidency, where he started his America First movement that relies mostly on an isolationist foreign policy approach. And that's now widely what Congress is about. I think Ukraine aid is definitely in question. Whether or not anything gets done on this is going to be really, really challenging, especially combining these two very different and difficult.
Also, another thing on the Ukraine aid, are there not quotes of Donald Trump saying that he would have like nuked Russia if Russia didn't back down, and that Biden was too weak in his like attempts at stopping the invasion? Like, I'm almost certain Trump, I would stop the invasion. Oh my God, please give me the tea. Trump, I would stop Ukraine. Let's see if that one. Yeah, Donald Trump says he can stop Ukraine war in 24 hours. Like, wait, was that? Oh, 6 days ago. Why did he say that? Zelensky says he is fearful of a second Trump presidency. Okay. Go off, Chief.
Difficult issues.
Mika Solner with Punchbowl News. Thanks.
Oh, okay, cool. It's over. Okay, let's look into some of these things that we opened up here. Okay. Senate immigration talks continue as divisions among Republicans threaten to sink deal. Okay. White House and Senate negotiators have continued their weeks-long border policy negotiations aimed at forging a compromise on unresolved issues like the Immigration Parole Authority through divisions, though divisions. I did the same thing as earlier. Republican leaders are also trying to gauge how much GOP support for a border security agreement with the Democrats has shifted now that former President Trump has solidified his position as the frontrunner for the party's nomination. On Thursday, Trump attacked a border deal as a gift to the Democrats. In a closed-door meeting with Republicans on Wednesday, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell acknowledged the political dynamics on immigration have changed, given that Trump wants to make the situation at the border one of the key issues of his campaign. Some of McConnell's colleagues, how's it going, Dank Brandon? Some of McConnell's colleagues interpreted his comments as him backing away from an eventual deal, which is being negotiated by GOP Senator James Lankford, Democrats Chris Murphy, and Independent Kristen Sinema. But senators emerging from a GOP lunch on Thursday said McConnell had clarified his stance. Senator Mitt Romney of Utah said the GOP leader made it crystal clear that he's supportive of the work that James Lankford has been doing. The ambiguity that was around for the last few hours has been clarified for all of us. He's fully behind our border bill, fully behind the support for Ukraine, and is not going to let political considerations of any campaign stand in the way of his support, Romney said. Leader McConnell removed any question about his support. He said he is fully supportive of the border bill, as he indicated for the last several weeks. But on the same day, Trump took to social media to criticize a potential agreement, posting, "A border deal now would be another gift to the radical left Democrats. They need it politically, but don't care about our border. What is currently being worked on in the Senate will be meaningless in terms of border security and closure." Trump went on to attack the Biden administration for demanding Texas allow Border Patrol agents full access to a crossing point in the border town of Eagle Pass. "We need a strong, powerful, and essentially perfect border, and unless we get that, we are better off not making a deal. It's either all or nothing. It's a perfect deal, which is impossible. No one will ever get a perfect border deal in the United States. There's too much disagreement on what a perfect border deal looks like. The Republicans can't even get behind each other on what it means to have a good border policy, but okay. Unless we get that, we're better off not making a deal, even if that pushes our country to temporarily close up for a while." What does that mean? Oh, is he talking about a government shutdown? Because it will end up closing anyway with the unsustainable invasion that is currently taking place. 3 sources familiar with the immigration discussions had earlier told CBS News that Republicans did not have a clear idea of what Trump wants regarding a potential congressional border deal, nor has he been briefed on the agreement being negotiated. Lindsey Graham, a Trump ally, is part of the group pressing for a deal and has publicly said that he doesn't think Republicans will be able to reach a better agreement with Democrats if Trump is reelected. Murphy, a Connecticut Democrat, told reporters at the Capitol on Thursday that Republicans are going to make a decision in the next 24 hours as to whether they actually want to get something done or whether they want to leave the border a mess for political reasons. I think what is very scary to see, or what I think is... Okay, slow down. I think what is very scary to some Republicans is that the deal we have reached will actually fix a bigger problem, a big part of the problem. I know for Donald Trump and some Republicans, it's not in their best interest for there to be policy changes that actually fix the broken asylum system or give the president new tools to better manage the border, he said. And so, as Republicans have seen the deal, some of them are worried that it actually will fix the problem. 2 sources familiar with the negotiations told CBS News that Republican Senators Ted Cruz of Texas and Mike Lee of Utah have raised objections to a deal. Cruz told reporters on Wednesday that the chances of the Senate agreement passing the House are 0%. It is still not clear what House Speaker Mike Johnson wants to do, though he has insisted that any aid to Ukraine would need to be linked to a potential border deal in order to pass. We want to solve this crisis. We have to. We have a moral obligation to do so, Johnson said. He pressed President Biden to use executive authority before Congress changed any laws. The Republicans are constantly upsetting spaghetti every single time a Democratic executive uses executive authority. I don't understand. Last week, Mr. Biden was asked by reporters if the border was secure and responded. He said, no, it's not. He said he has not believed the border to be secured for the last 10 years and that his administration has been requesting funding from Congress for some time. Give me the money, he said to a group of White House reporters. Like, I feel like we actually could get, this is what it feels like. It feels like we could get a perfect immigration deal all written up, passed in the Senate, and the House Republicans would just be like, no, no. Why are, like, it feels like the only strong solution to them would be to have the American military spread out along our entire southern border with orders to shoot and kill anyone that crosses the border outside of a checkpoint. It feels like that is the only thing that they would want. Like, I genuinely can't think of anything else. If you're going to fight on immigration, you got to look up optimal unemployment rates. Isn't the optimal unemployment rate like 5%? And why can choke an economy to have close to zero unemployment? Yeah, obviously. I mean, I can make that argument. You want people to be able to leave their jobs and then be able to get another job, right? Like 5% of frictional unemployment as opposed to structural unemployment is the goal, right? 5% meaning like these 5% of people are in between jobs as opposed to they don't have jobs because there are no more jobs left. Like I know about that. What is the unemployment rate right now? I think anywhere between like 3.5% to 5% is healthy, and if you're below 3.5%, it's bad because it just means that there aren't enough jobs, and there are too many, or there's not enough growth for there to be new jobs, right? So nobody wants to quit their shit ass job to get a better job. And then if it's over 5%, it means that there's other kinds of issues. The optimal. Yeah, between 3 and 5%. U.S. unemployment rate. 3.7 right now. So we're in a pretty decent spot right now, but it could be higher and that'd still be fine and might be better, but it just depends. Damn, what was the highest point that we had here? 14.8? Jesus. Okay. Let me see here. The White House and the small group of senators involved in the negotiations have agreed on some provisions, like creating an authority to expel migrants when border agents record a spike in illegal crossings, making asylum screenings harder to pass, and expanding the expedited removal process. Oh man. See, like I really want to do this this research on the immigration issue. I just don't know where to start because like it is so complex. There's like these are just the questions that we wrote down in one like 3-minute sit down. Like, what is the process of immigrating to the U.S. by legal means? What is the process of immigrating to the U.S. legally by claiming asylum? What is the process of immigrating to the U.S. across the southern border? How many illegal immigrants are currently in the U.S.? How many illegal immigrants have entered and stayed under Trump? And then how many under Biden? Where does the number of 6 million illegal immigrants under Biden come from? How do we make decisions on who is granted asylum or residency? And then what is Title 42? And there's like a million other questions that I could ask. But like, that's just like our first like day one questions, right? solutions or things that should be addressed, follow up with people that cross the southern border illegally, avenues for gaining citizenship. It's like a skeleton of research, but like if I wanted to research something like Israel-Palestine, right? Like we can look at what Destiny did, right? Where he sat down and he just like read through the Wikipedia pages and like, okay, well, this is what happened at this date. This is what happened at this date. But right now, figuring out even just how to approach researching it is so difficult. I have no clue what to do with it. Let's look up Immigration Parole Reform Act of 2023. Let's see what it. Specifically, the bill limits what qualifies as an urgent humanitarian reason or significant public benefit that would justify granting parole, and 2, prohibits granting parole based on an individual's membership in a defined class of individuals. Have you read the treaties we have signed? What do you mean? What treaties, and why would I need to know about treaties for this? Immigration Parole Authority was initially codified by Congress. It allowed the Attorney General to temporarily parole aliens into the United States for emergent reasons or for reasons deemed strictly in the public interest. Subsequent to the enactment of the parole provision in 1952, the executive branch used parole on multiple occasions to allow a large group of thousands of aliens to enter the United States. I don't know. Like I'm a little bit of a soy lib cuck. You know, I don't like it when people talk about other human beings like they're fucking animals, or when they try to like dehumanize them in some way. Like, I know what he's saying. Thousands of aliens to enter the United States. Now maybe, but this isn't even... This isn't a bill, so he doesn't have to use that language. I don't know. It just feels like dehumanizing, like, oh, they're just letting a bunch of aliens, you know, illegal aliens to enter the United States. Like, can we call them, like, you know, undocumented people? Like, they are human beings. I don't know. It just feels a little dehumanizing to me. It's not a huge deal, but as a result, in the Refugee Act of 1980, Congress amended the law to state that the Attorney General could not parole an alien who was a refugee into the United States unless there existed a compelling reasons in the public interest with respect to that particular alien that required the alien to be paroled rather than be admitted as a refugee. After the enactment of the Refugee Act of 1980, the executive branch still continued to utilize the parole statute to allow large numbers of aliens into the United States for an extended or even indefinite period of time and bypass normal immigration channels. As a result, in 1996, Congress once again amended the parole status as a part of the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigration Responsibility Act, the IRRA. And this version of the parole statute remains the law today. That is very interesting. This is the current policy. Aliens were the real aliens, true. Yeah, I mean, like, I know what they're trying to say, but I don't know. I like referring to human beings as human beings, right? Okay, let's see here. Blah, 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 blah. Also, I see a lot of new names in chat today. If you guys have never been here before, I am Sondsol. I talk about all sorts of shit. Earlier, we talked about, do I still have one of the clips up? No. We watched some wrestling clips. Earlier, we watched the Wrangler Star guy. Wrangler Star. We went over some famous TikToker dudes, okay? Now we're going over politics, all right? I don't usually sound like this. I'm super sick. So that's why I sound like this. But if you haven't already, please subscribe to the YouTube. Like the live stream. If you're watching on Kick, wait, do we even have anyone watching on Kick? We have one person watching on Kick. Oh, like the stream and consider becoming a member. All right. I'm not good at doing ads for myself. I'm not good at selling myself. Hopefully, you guys just like me for me. All right. Just like I like you guys for you. Okay, let's see here. And this version of the parole statute remains in law today, found in section blah, blah, blah of the INA. It gives the Attorney General, now the Secretary of Homeland Security, the power to temporarily parole aliens into the United States only on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. During the debate and consideration of ERIRA... Oh, 1 second. During the debate and consideration of ERIRA, it was made clear that Congress intended the parole authority to be used only on a case-by-case basis for very specific reasons, and that the parole authority should not be used as a way to circumvent established immigration policy enacted into law by Congress. Well, that depends. Does the Wait, hold on. Why did it not search the thing that I wanted it to search? Does it say removal aggravated felonies, public charge? Let's see. Let's see if we can find what the top. Okay. What I want to know is if he's saying that they're abusing this parole statute, because it was only to be used on a case-by-case basis for very specific reasons. What are those specific reasons? What is... Okay, we'll just read this. The Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, blah, blah, blah. Former United States President Bill Clinton asserted that the legislation strengthened the rule of law by cracking down on illegal immigration at the border, in the workplace, and in the criminal justice system without punishing those living in the United States legally. However, the bill has been criticized as overly punitive by eliminating due process from the overwhelming majority of removal cases and curtailing equitable relief from removal. A range of critiques have emerged concerning provisions enacted to it, such as expansion of aggravated felonies, creation of the 287. Okay, so they can deputize police for it, reduction in due process rights, and intensifies funding of border militarization. All non-citizens, regardless of legal status, and including long-term legal permanent residents, became subject to removal and greatly expanded the offenses that could lead to formal deportation. IRERA. That's how you're supposed to say it. Proponents of the IRERA present the case that the policy provided much needed and to numerous loopholes before. We have signed international treaties that determines how we should treat refugees. Right. Is refugee... Are refugees and asylum seekers the same? Okay. Well, if you have something on... Oh, wait, you have DM'd me. Okay, well, reading treaters like that is going to be like way too... Like, I would have to be seeking a PhD to need that much information unless I'm doing a very specific debate. But before the IRERA, non-immigrants who overstayed their visas or violated their status could pay a fine that would allow them to adjust their status to permanent resident status. With IRERA, however, lawfully admitted non-immigrants who overstayed their visas by 1 day or longer became ineligible for a new non-immigrant visa. If this period of overstay ranged from 180 to 365 days, the non-citizen would face a 3-year bar to re-entry, and an overstay of more than 365 days would require a 10-year bar. Jesus, we do have pretty strong like immigration laws. What the fuck is this? This is pretty punitive, does it not? Is it not? There's even arguments that Biden is being too harsh in violating this treaty. Jesus. Like this is pretty punitive. But I guess their argument would be that we're not enforcing it. With IRERA, the U.S. Congress expanded the definition of the term aggravated felony. Aggravated felonies were first initiated with the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1988, and the aggravated felonies consist of murder, drug trafficking, and illicit firearm trafficking. Made any non-citizen convicted of an aggravated felony at any time after their entry into the United States deportable. The Immigration Act of 1990, and Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996 increased the types of offenses considered offenses considered aggravated felonies. Oh. After this, the penalty was changed so that any crime with a penalty of 1 year or longer would be considered an aggravated felony. Non-citizens who have been convicted of an aggravated felony are prohibited from receiving most forms of relief that would spare them from deportation, including asylum, and from being readmitted to the United States at any time in the future. There is a presumption of deportability for non-citizens convicted of aggravated felonies, in which non-citizens convicted of an aggravated felony Importantly, aggravated felonies charges can be applied retroactively. So if a change in the law deems a new category of offense an aggravated felony, any non-citizen previously convicted of that offense can then face removal. Holy shit. That's insane. Under IRERA, any non-citizen convicted of an aggravated felony is categorically barred from cancellation of removal and placed in a form of expedited removal proceedings, but these are distinct from expedited removal. Under IRERA, expedited removal proceedings for non-citizens with aggravated felony charges are under the purview of the Attorney General, who shall provide for the initiation and, to the extent possible, the completion of removal proceedings and any administrative appeals thereof in the case of any alien convicted of an aggravated felony before the alien's release. Yeah, this is actually really, really punitive. This is a really, really, really strong immigration bill. Yeah, if there's a summary of the treaty, I'll read that. But reading the entire, 56-page thing is absolutely not going to happen. I won't have the attention span for that off stream. David Atwood, Tron, how warped are you? What does that mean? In what way is Tron warped? You all know damn well these illegals are military aged mid. What? Who are you arguing with? Wait, what? And Biden is purposefully bringing all chaos and unrest. Okay, in the time that you've been watching, David, can you tell me one thing that I've said that is wrong or bad? I don't understand why you're angry right now. I've literally just been reading our immigration policy. Read Tron's garbage. I just see the big indicator is that we need more immigrants. If our unemployment rate drops too low, we need to bring in more immigrants. Or is it that part, or is it the refugees thing? Which one? Because both of those are just true. I don't know what I think about the refugee thing yet, or like the treaty thing, but hey, you know what? I'm pretty sure the title of my stream says open call-in stream. If you want to talk on a voice, if you want to come on stream real quick and talk about immigration, I'm trying to figure out what the situation on the ground is. All right, I'm trying to figure out where I am at. We do not need illegals for our economy. Well, I don't think that that's what anyone's argument is. Also, he specifically said we need immigrants. He didn't say illegal immigrants. I don't think anyone here is defending illegal immigration, right? I don't know. I actually don't know. Outside of like extreme lunatics, I don't think there's anyone that advocates for illegal immigration. That's just not true. Like people might advocate for loosening our immigration policies, but that's different. And to say Biden is being too harsh, what is that? Biden is purposefully allowing illegals in. Well, I mean, that's going in direct opposition to everything that we've read thus far. If you want to hop into a fucking call with me right now, you can absolutely do that. I would love to talk to you. You seem to have some information that I can't find, because all of the information that I'm finding right now is that there was a bill that was about to be passed, that was in negotiations, that was very, very, much more siding on what Republicans want on border policy than what Democrats want, because the Democrats are making concessions for Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan funding. But now they're jettisoning that. Do you not see what's going on in Texas? I live in Texas. Yes, I see what's going on in Texas. I think that's political posturing. We have so many tabs open of so many different news sites and news articles, and yes, they put up wire, and days later, the Supreme Court rules to cut it down at Eagle Pass. Yes. And then Greg Abbott, in open defiance of the Supreme Court, based off of their reading of the Constitution and their reading of the Supremacy Clause of the federal government, said that the federal government could cut down the razor wire. And Abbott said, I don't care about the Constitution. And he put up more. Yeah, I know all about it. That's what we're reading about right now. Here, I'll give you a link to my Discord, and we can talk on voice. Here we are. Invite people. Copy link. Control V. Join that Discord. Jump into a voice channel, and I will talk to you on voice. The Border Patrol refuses to do shit about it too, because they know what the Biden administration's aims are. The Border Patrol refuses to do shit about it too. Can you tell me what they are refusing to do shit about? Because it seems like there was a $13.5 billion funding increase that the Democrats were about to give the Republicans. So it seems like the Dems and Biden are willing to concede some parts, but now the Republicans are saying, actually, you know what? If we fix this problem, then Donald Trump won't be able to run on it. So please join the Discord. I'd love to talk to you about it. There's no hope for people like, okay, well, how about this? Let's try this, okay? If you don't want to talk on voice and you think there's no hope for me, maybe I just don't have the information. Can you point me towards something that I can look at right now? I'll look at it on stream right now. What should I look up? Is there a video that you want me to look at? Is there an article? Anything. Like, what can I do to learn more and see it from your perspective? And you will find out how this is going to play out as time passes. Holy shit. Wait, hold on. Is this a like AI bot that is talking at me? Because you're not actually responding to a goddamn thing I'm saying. David Atwood, hey, tell me a single thing that I can look at that is more on your perspective than anything that I've seen across the multiple articles and different news sites that I've been looking at that have all given me the same information, because the information seems to be, pretty cut and dry as to what's going on right now, right? If you can give me something that is contrary to anything that I've said, please do. I'll look at it. And if you're right, I'll change my mind. I am not ideologically dug into a position that we should never do anything on the border and we should just open it up to all the immigrants that want to come in. So give me something. A YouTuber that I could look up, an article that I should read. You can't post a link in chat because you're on YouTube, so you're going to have to type it out. If you're posting links, I can't read them. It doesn't even send. I think he's gone. I don't even think he's here anymore. Oh well. We'll go back to, actually learning something instead of just getting angry about stuff that you don't know about. One second. Let me ask my girlfriend for some water. Holy, my throat is so up, dude. Okay, here we go. Yeah, is the David Atwood guy still here or no? In David's defense, there is a fair amount of delay. Okay, well, I'll count down. All right, I'll say 3, 2, 1, Marco, and then you guys respond with Polo, and that will tell us how much of a delay there is. All right, get ready. 3, 2, 1, Marco. Are you guys doing it, or is there actually a 15 to 20 second delay? Hey, how's it going? Oh, hope you feel better. I hope so too. This is ridiculous. I could barely talk anymore. Speaking of which, do I have anything to drink? Do I have anything up here? No. Wait. It says that my... Oh, it's the audio bit rate. Okay, I don't know why you're saying that there's a massive delay. If I clap, let me see how long it takes for it to change. Okay, there's like a 2-second delay, okay? Old stuff used to creep me out. What do you mean old stuff? Okay, let me see here. Reinstatement of removal, bond and immigration detention, bars of reentry. Broad authority to construct barriers along the Mexico-United States border, and it authorized the construction of a secondary layer of border fencing to support the already completed 14-mile primary fence. Construction of the secondary fence stalled because of the environmental concerns raised by the California Coastal Commission. IRERA, whatever, substantially increased funding directed towards the Mexico-United States border. It appropriated $12 million of funding for multi-layered fencing starting near San Diego, California, and extending east for 14 miles. This funding was used to supplement existing fencing and to add second and third layered fencing along that portion of the border. In addition to the multi-layered fencing near San Diego, California, IRERA allocated additional technology and funding of the Border Patrol. This allocation were fixed-wing aircraft, helicopters, four-wheel drive vehicles, sedans, night vision goggles, night vision scopes, and sensor units. The number of full-time active duty Border Patrol agents would increase by at least 1,000 in each of the fiscal years 1997 through 2001. An increase of 300 supportive personnel in each of the fiscal years 97 through 2001. I'm like genuinely struggling right now to we should look at the Remain in Mexico thing. Dude, there's so much. How do you even begin? There's so much with our immigration system. Is there anyone that we know of in the like YouTube or Twitch political sphere, or anyone that I could contact that has a lot of knowledge on immigration policy? I don't like it, there's so much. I don't know where to start. There's so much. Remain in Mexico. I'm telling you to start with the treaties. Okay, can you give me a reason why the treaties are the important thing? Because the important thing in that I'm looking at here, right, is we have a bunch of people that are trying to cross all at the same time, right? All of our immigration courts and judges and policies are built off of that treaty we signed. Okay, let's see if we can find like the Wikipedia on this. Because I'm not reading 56 pages. Okay, so there's two different protocols. We're party only to the 1967 protocol. Right. Let's see here. Okay, you know what we should do also? We should probably put on some like background music or some shit. And I probably need to close out some of these tabs. Holy shit. Okay, we'll have this going on in the background quietly. So at the end of World War II, Jews were holocausted allegedly. Don't say allegedly. Because the world saw the atrocities and they realized that all the Jews that they sent back to Germany were massacred, so they formulated a treaty how to treat refugees from crisis. This isn't playing fast, right? Okay. Let's see here. So they formulated a treaty. So then we created a treaty kind of like the Geneva Convention for War for how we're supposed to treat refugees. Got you. Okay, so we're party. Okay, we're to the 1967 protocol. This is what we're party to. Okay. In 1951, the United Nations Convention relating to the status of refugees restricted refugee status to those whose circumstances had come about as a result of events occurring before the 1st of January 1951. As well as giving states, blah, 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 blah. The 1967 protocol removed both the temporal and geographic restrictions. Okay, so it's good that we were party to this. Okay. Okay, so I need to read this one. Okay. The convention also sets out which people do not qualify as refugees, such as war criminals. The convention also provides for some visa-free travel for holders of refugee travel documents issued under the convention. Let's see here. The Refugee Convention builds on Article 14. Got you. Definition of refugee. So this is what a refugee is according to this convention. As a result of events occurring before January 1st, 1951, and owing to... Okay, so this doesn't apply to us with the temporal restrictions. We are party to this, whether or not it happened before 51. And owing to well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group or political opinion, is outside the country of his nationality and unable or owing to such fear is unwilling to avail himself of the protection of that country, or who, not having a nationality and being outside the country of his former habitual residence as a result of such events, is unable or owing to such fear is unwilling to return to it. That makes sense. Oh, hold on. We probably don't need the one with Africa. Okay. Refugees shall... Okay, so let's read this. This is important, I think. Countries that have ratified the Refugee Convention are obligated to protect refugees that are on their territory in accordance with its terms. There are a number of provisions which parties to the Refugee Convention must adhere. Refugees shall abide by the national laws of the contracting states, and the contracting states shall exempt refugees from reciprocity, That means that the granting of a right to a refugee should not be subject to the granting of similar treatment by the refugee's country of nationality, because refugees do not enjoy the protection of their home state. Be able to take provisional measures against a refugee if needed in the interest of essential national security. Respect a refugee's personal status and the rights that come with it, particularly rights related to marriage. Provide free access to courts for refugees. Provide administrative assistance for refugees. Provide identity papers for refugees. Provide travel documents for refugees. Allow refugees to transfer their assets. Provide the possibility of assimilation and naturalization to refugees. Provide or cooperate with the UNHCR in the exercise of its functions and help the UNHCR supervise the implementation. Okay, got you. Provide information on any national legislation they may adopt to ensure the application of the convention. The contracting states shall not discriminate against refugees, take exceptional measures against a refugee solely on account of his or her nationality, expect refugees to pay taxes and fiscal charges that are different from those of nationals, penalties on who entered illegally in search of asylum. Okay, this is the most important thing. Impose penalties on refugees who entered illegally in search of asylum if they present themselves without delay, which is commonly interpreted to mean that their unlawful entry and presence ought not to be persecuted at all, as long as they present themselves without delay. So they cross the border and they say, I claim asylum. Expel refugees, so we can't do that. Forcibly return or refoul refugees to the country where they have fled from. It is widely accepted that the prohibition of forcible return is part of customary international law. This means that even states that are not party to the 1951 Refugee Convention must respect the principle of non-refoulement. Got you. Refugees shall be treated like nationals in relation to freedom of practice of their religion, the respect and protection of artistic rights and industrial property, rationing, elementary allocation. Wonder what that means. Public relief and assistance. Oh, that's going to be the one that people get mad at here in the U.S. They don't want no illegal immigrants on welfare. Labor legislation and Social Security shall be treated at least like other non-nationals in relation to movable and immovable property. I don't know what that means. Housing and non-housing. The right of association in unions and other associations. Wage earning employment, self-employment, practice of the liberal professions. Housing, education higher than elementary. The right to free movement and free choice of residence within the country. Okay. If it's all based on this, I got you. Damn. Reading one Wikipedia article, the bullet points of one Wikipedia article, like, more than halved the viewership. Holy shit, dude.
With the presidential election just 293 days away, immigration, specifically border policy, is becoming a major focus. I'm here with Courtney from the Fact Check team. And Courtney, what are the most recent numbers looking like?
Sure, Dee Dee. So according to the Department of Homeland Security, border agents encountered more than 225.
Wait 1 second. If somebody feels that they are a refugee, they need to make it to a country, and as soon as they're in a country that signed this treaty, they need to declare that they are a refugee, and that country is obligated, as soon as they validate their refugee status, obligated to take care of them, shield them, and well, they're not required to give them citizenship. They're required to oh shit, where'd it go? They're obligated to provide the possibility of assimilation and naturalization. The possibility, not necessarily actually granting it to them. Oh shit, where was I?
5,000 migrants at the southern border last month, marking the highest monthly total since 2000. I also want to note that there have been almost 500,000 encounters, which includes when a migrant is detained or deported so far in fiscal year 2024.
And the surge includes more and more people from a place you may not expect.
That's right, it does. According to government data, more than 24,000 migrants from China illegally crossed the southern border in the past year.
How many?
More and more people from a place you may not expect.
That's right, it does. According to government data, more than 24,000 migrants from China illegally crossed the southern border in the past year. That's more than 10 times the number recorded the year before and more than the previous 10 years combined. These Chinese migrants typically fly into Ecuador where they don't need a visa, and then they make their way to the U.S. where most seek asylum.
Courtney, thank you. Now, is there a link between the surge in illegal immigration and crime? Connor will join me later with the facts.
Tonight, we're digging into the issues discussed in today's State Board of Education meeting. Parents and teachers.
Why that was the... That's the title of the article. Why would you cut the video before you actually get to the part what the article's about? Okay, cool. Okay. The big issue on the border right now is it's all gray. We don't know what's a refugee. We don't know what's not a refugee. We have judges who kind of randomly decide. Yeah. According to data from Syracuse University's, okay, this will be good data to have. Transactional Records Access Clearinghouse, Chinese migrants were granted asylum nearly 67% of the time in immigration courts over the last 2 decades, one of the highest rates by nationality. During the first 9 months of last year, Chinese people were the 4th highest nationality to cross the Darien Gap jungle in Panama. Wow. That shit's crazy. Okay, one second. My girlfriend brought me some water because she's a saint. Okay, well, actually, now I have to wait. Let me know when you're clear. She really does not want to get sick, so I have to avoid her at all costs. But she brought me water and a snack. After Venezuelans, Ecuadorians, and Haitians. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to run downstairs. I'm going to grab my water and I'm going to run to the bathroom. Even Democrats have been following this treaty. Yeah, I here's the problem. I need to know. This is. Pause, please, pause. Why is this tab in particular just difficult to manage? What I need to know specifically, and this is why I was inviting that last, angry chatter on. I need someone that is really angry about this stuff. I need someone who has a very strong feeling on this to talk to me and tell me what the grievances are. Besides just like, oh, there's too many coming. There's too many people trying to immigrate over here. Because if that's the main problem, we just have to fix our immigration policies, right? Either make it easier or streamline the process so that there isn't a huge 15-year wait list to get a hearing at an immigration court. If that's not what the main issue is, if it's the type of immigrants or how we handle, I need to know what the main contention is, because they just say we don't have a secure southern border. Okay, what do you want? What is it that you want? I haven't heard a single policy proposal from the Republicans on what we should do besides send the military along our entire southern border or build the wall, both of which don't solve the problem. So like, I need to know what the actual disagreement is. What is your solution? What is it that you want that the Democrats aren't giving you? Like, what the heck is the problem? Right? That's what the thing is. Okay, let me run and take a piss, and I'll be right back. Okay. I'm really curious to know about the average education level of Chinese refugees. That would be a really interesting question, right? One second. Oh, God. Okay, where were we? We don't need this anymore. We don't need that anymore. Or that. Or that. This is what we're at. In a bid to assess a potential correlation between illegal immigration and the surge in crime rates in cities, House Republicans are urging the Government Accountability Office to release updated data on crimes committed by illegal immigrants who are currently incarcerated. Why is there a... Oh.
House Republicans are calling for updated data on the number of illegal immigrants tied to crimes and are in prisons across the U.S. This in an effort to evaluate a possible link between illegal immigrants.
Wait, J-Stalk was Is J-Stock like a conservative? Does he have a video on it, or can you find like whatever part of his whatever you call it, his stream where he talked about this? That would be really interesting to look at. Because if he ends up streaming here in a little bit, because he's a late streamer, it'd be interesting to talk to him about it.
Immigration and rising crime in cities. I am back with Connor from the Fact Check team. And Connor, is there a link?
Well, Dee Dee, it's tough to say, which is why the GOP has requested new information, because the GAO data that they've requested hasn't been updated since 2018, making it really tough to lean one way or the other. But I did dig up some state data from a few years ago, and Texas released a report in 2020 that found U.S. citizens were actually 2 times more likely to commit violent crimes compared to undocumented immigrants. But then on the other hand, this one's way different. A study by economist John Lott from 2018 found undocumented immigrants were 142% more likely to be convicted of a crime in the state of Arizona.
Did you find, Connor, any federal reports?
Yeah, I did. I found a few. One is from U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and you can see here that agency had over 15,000 non-citizen arrests, which is a steady increase from 2017 when it was closer to 8,500. The other report is from the Justice Department back in 2018, and it found 64% of federal arrests were attributed to non-citizens, even though they made up just 7% of the population, but no.
How does that work?
A steady increase from 2017 when it was closer to 8,500. The other report is from the Justice Department back in 2018, and it found 64% of federal arrests were attributed to non-citizens, even though they made up just 7% of the population. But notably, most of those arrests were for immigration offenses.
Connor, thank you. And for more on this Fact Check team topic, including links to their sources, scan the QR code on your screen or visit thenationaldesk.com.
Hold on. QR code.
Or visit.
Can you update the quality for me, please?
But notably, most of those arrests were for immigration offenses.
Connor, thank you. And for more on this Fact Check team topic, including links to their sources.
Okay. Only 3% of those arrested in 2012 to 2018 were illegal immigrants. Only 16% of drug traffickers were illegal immigrants in 2018. Oh, sick. 344.36. Funny Kyle says what? For what reason? 344.36. Here, let's go to 42 and see what they're talking about.
It's basically like, I'm reading more into this. And first of all, the Border Patrol, like, showing up there's, like, talk that the people might have already had drowned before that. So that, they might, like, even them removing the thing might not even have saved them, first off that. Okay. And then this, if you want to read this, it seems like they're, like, it's a bit more formal than like they literally like sent a letter because the DHS talked to them not before or after the incident. Or do you mind looking in Discord or?
Sure. I'm gonna just read this thing from Biden today as well. Statement from President Joe Biden on the bipartisan Senate border security negotiations. For too long.
What is Erudite's husband's name? I don't know. Why? What the does that? What does that have to do with anything? Who cares about Erudite right now?
We all know the border's been broken. It's long past time to fix it. That's why 2 months ago I instructed my team to begin negotiations with a bipartisan group of senators to seriously and finally address the border crisis. For weeks now, that's what they've done, working around the clock through the holidays and over the weekends. Let's be clear. What's being negotiated...
Go to Cherry's YouTube channel. She has a bunch of videos about Erudite and her husband for some reason.
negotiated would, if passed into law, be the toughest and fairest set of reforms to secure the border we've ever had in our country. It would give me, as president, a new emergency authority to shut down the border when it becomes overwhelmed. And if given that authority, I would use it the day I sign the bill into law. Further, Congress needs to finally provide the funding I requested in October to secure the border. This includes an additional 1,300 border
Oh, I understand. Not so Eugene. Okay, I got it
patrol
now.
agents, 375 immigration judges, 1,600 asylum officers, and over 100 cutting-edge inspection machines to help detect and stop fentanyl at our southwest border. Right, okay? Securing the border through these negotiations is a win for America. For everyone who is demanding tougher border control, this is the way to do it. If you're serious about the border crisis, pass a bipartisan bill and I will sign it. Yeah, I think my general argument, Ochare, feel free to join
Hold on. Go back to the top of this page.
America, at our judges, secure the border, the bill into law. A group of senators to seriously and finally address.
Let's just read this and then. Statement border. Okay, statement from President Joe Biden on the bipartisan Senate border with security negotiations. All right. Does Opera not have grouping tabs? What the fuck is a grouping tab? Well, I guess I can intuit what the fuck that means. I have no idea. I've never tried. For too long, we all know the border's been broken. It's long past time to fix it. That's why 2 months ago, I instructed my team to begin negotiations with a bipartisan group of senators to seriously and finally address the border crisis. For weeks now, that's what they've done, working around the clock through the holidays and over the weekends. Let's be clear. What's been negotiated would, if passed into law, be the toughest and fairest set of reforms to secure the border we've ever had in our country. It would give me, as president, a new emergency authority to shut down the border when it becomes overwhelmed. And, if given that authority, I would use it the day I signed the bill into law. Further, Congress needs to finally provide the funding I requested in October to secure the border. This includes an additional 1,300 Border Patrol agents, 375 immigration judges, and 1,600 asylum officers, and over 100 cutting-edge inspection machines to help detect and stop fentanyl at our southwest border. Securing the border through these negotiations is a win for America. For everyone who is demanding tougher border control, this is the way to do it. If you're serious about the border crisis, pass a bipartisan bill and I will sign it. All right.
Address the border crisis. For weeks now, that's what they've done, working around the clock through the holidays and over the weekends, when it becomes overwhelmed. And if given that authority, I sit enough judges at the West border. Right, okay? Securing the border through these negotiations is a win for America. For everyone who is demanding tougher border control, this is the way to do it. If you're serious about the border crisis, pass a bipartisan bill and I will sign it. Yeah, I think my general argument, Ochare, feel free to join Discord, or I could just ban you from chat, but feel free to join Discord and defend your take.
Oh, shit.
Why is it the United States' responsibility to spend an inordinate amount of money defending its border from people who don't care about the United States? I'm legitimately just curious.
Wait, is he the one that's reading that? Or is he saying that? Top chat replay, live chat replay? Is this someone in his chat that's saying this shit? But
it's apparently the United States' responsibility to. Why is it the United States' responsibility to spend an inordinate amount of money defending its border from people who don't care about the United States?
Why automatically assume that they don't care about the United States, or that they're coming in here to, like, the implication behind saying, like, they're coming in here and they don't care about the United States, like, implies that they're coming into the United States for, what's the word I'm looking for? Destructive reasons? Sorry, I'm sick. I can't think of words right now. Like,
I'm legitimately just curious. It's apparently the United States' responsibility to actually financially ruin itself in order to defend its border humanely. Why? Based on what? I'm saying if Trump comes, so let's skip past the illegality part, because let's say Trump gets elected. If he goes and puts the army on the southern border and says we're going to shoot anybody who doesn't come in through the ports of entry, we're all good with that, right? Are we all good with that? Can someone tell me who's not good with that?
I mean, that seems a little crazy, yeah. But you just can't just kill them. That seems really bad.
Why? So listen,
'cause they're, like,
I'm not
unarmed,
saying
it's
you
kinda
shoot at
cool.
them immediately. I'm saying you need to stop. It's literally Israel-Palestine. You need to stop. You need to stop coming in. You need to go back.
It's not literally Israel-Palestine. The Palestinians in Gaza, Hamas, shoot missiles on like every couple of months basis. These people come in and work at McDonald's or at a farm. It's not Israel-Palestine. There is no reason to shoot these people.
To go back, okay? You have to go back. Do not.
Yeah,
come.
but I think that's like a federal thing, though.
So that's what I just said. That's what I just said. Did you not hear me? If Trump gets elected and he puts the military there, nobody has a problem with that, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that seems fair. Yeah.
I mean,
okay,
they definitely have the right to do that. But like,
all right.
Like
right
based
now
off of
it's
what? Maybe I
also-
missed something. What?
In this letter, they're talking about it might not even it's not even federal property. They're making the argument of that
It might not
because
be.
apparently in the
I mean, maybe-
the letter that DHS sent, it's the municipal land owned by the city of Eagle Pass, not the United States. So they're like making some legal arguments in this letter, like refuting some of the stuff that the DHS was trying to, I guess, pin on them. They're like trying to refute those claims.
All right. Paragon, how's it going?
Hello.
Hey.
What's up? I mean, you can't just turn them away because they're asylum seekers. Like they literally, it's like international law that you have to.
Are asylum seekers internationally required not to seek ports of entry?
Well, no, that's illegal to illegally cross it, right? But like right now, there's
So
like,
I'm
just
not
camps
applying
of
this to
people.
anybody who.
Hold on, really quick. It doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like they have to cross at any legal crossing. It sounds like they have, they just have to present themselves to authorities in a timely manner, like as quickly as possible, so that they're not living, just like undocumented. Now, that's a bad thing. We shouldn't encourage people to come in here and stay undocumented. But it's not illegal for them to come in and then try to claim asylum. And you can't shoot people at the southern border just because you don't want them to come in. We've signed we've been signing treaties, I guess, that says that we can't do that.
Goes to legal border entries, to legal ports of entry. We obviously
like,
wouldn't shoot
they go
people
to
who
a-
are going to legal ports of entry.
Well, the people that are doing that they're pretty. I guess they're like there's no denying that they're committing a crime, but it's like the other condition is just the wait and what's basically like internment camp conditions at the border because they just have just rows like fields of people sitting and waiting to be processed. So it's like
So we punish all of the
so
people
they-
who are waiting
yeah.
in those rows.
Like so,
Well, no, I mean,
You're stupid
that's
enough
not
to actually come in
justifying
legally.
why, but like it makes sense that, like if I was stuck on the border for like 6 months waiting in like, I don't know, poor conditions with my children, I would probably try to cross illegally.
Yeah,
Like
maybe.
there's no other option because if you do, if you don't.
Well, that's too bad. America is not a charity.
Well, like that's the thing is that like you can't really just say too bad because like they're asylum seekers, so like there's like legal protections they have.
I would
mean,
argue
they don't
that
have,
you
like,
forfeit those legal protections if you try to enter the country illegally.
But
Yeah,
you don't.
100%.
I think the
They're
law is that
specifically
you
there,
still
yeah.
maintain those protections, but then like once you're processed, you're like able to be like you're able to be charged with a crime.
Those like asylum refugee camps need to be prisons then, so people can't get out.
Well, no, they are, but those refugee camps are on the border, but like not in the border. Like the border guards manage that.
Yeah.
But like there's just so many people that like there's not even space there, and then it's like legally you can't turn them away. You can't say go back to Mexico. So that's like
I'm
international.
fine with that
law. I don't know.
for asylum seekers who have a valid case.
But like that's what like all the people coming to the border. Well, not all people. There are economic migrants, but most of the people coming to the border are like fleeing their home countries, fleeing from cartels.
Okay.
I don't know.
Sorry, I changed my mind. I literally don't care.
Well, like that's the thing
It's
is
not
that like,
America's
it's not-
problem. So
Well, like legally it is because like these people.
Not if they enter legally. Like, what about all the people who are trying
yeah,
to enter
the one-
legally? Like that's the whole point of the system is to use the system, not circumvent it, right?
Well, like the system.
But the whole point is the system is broken. The whole point is that the system is broken. And if you're an asylum seeker, and you cross the border and you come in here and you claim asylum, until a time that your asylum case has been heard, you have legal protections under international law. That's what I'm understanding. It said we should forgive them of their illegalities if they are refugees. No, I don't think that's what it said. Hold on. I don't know anywhere in here that says that. Like it says that they should abide by the national laws of the contracting states, but shall not expel refugees. Impose penalties on refugees who entered illegally. Impose penalties on refugees who entered illegally in search of asylum if they present themselves without delay. Okay, we'll keep on listening, I guess. Oh, not that. Here it is.
System isn't working right now. It's something like.
But that's not
Yeah,
like
it's
they're,
literally broken. Like international law, that's if it's forcing the U.S. to do this, it is broken. No country
Well,
should be actually forced to admit this many people.
That's a good point.
The only problem, it seems, is that we don't have the capability of processing all of these people. So it creates this backlog and then incentivizes them to cross the border. It sounds like what we need to do is we need to streamline the process. Seems like we need to, increase funding and increase the amount of judges so that people don't have to wait 40 years so that they can see a judge. Like, is that not the solution? I'm messaging a conservative. I need to like specifically talk about it because this is like the cold, callous evil. I swear you read that. Like it, regardless for how they got in, we shouldn't charge them. Oh, sure. That's different from forgive them of their illegalities of their refugees. Like they're this line right here. If they present themselves without delay. So if they present themselves right away, then we can't do anything. So the treaty we signed literally says they're fine if they present themselves to an immigration court or to the authorities. That is the caveat. But if they don't do that, then it's ollie ollie oxen free. Kick them out, according to the treaty.
Point actually. I mean, I don't know what to do. I mean, think about what happened with, was it Turkey or some other place where they were crossing into the EU, and like, was it Erdogan who did that? Who was like, "Hey, I'm gonna fuck you guys in the EU. Here, take all these refugees," and then he like explicitly sent them towards the border.
Yeah, that was pretty from Erdogan. I think he almost forfeited his spot in the EU over that, didn't he? Oh, Anna's here again.
Something like that, yeah.
I don't know if she's gonna be interested in this. Anna, we're on to more Texas border talk, by the way, talking about setting up mines again. We're back to talking about setting up mines on the border. Ochre, I don't see you in the Discord, buddy. Are you joining the Discord or am I banning you?
Ooh. Ban.
Get sniped.
Okay, you're banned and you can be unbanned when you join the Discord.
Holy shit, burst.
I mean, it would be cool if we could effectively put up like just like large amounts of actual camps, like tents and food.
I should
and
be
then
really
like they
clear.
could stay there for years at that point. Like then
I should be really clear. I would prefer a humane solution. There just doesn't seem to be an economically viable humane solution. But I know they're economically viable inhumane solutions. I know that.
But like that stuff, like if it's on the illegal people, the people that cross illegally, I don't know like what the like it's like people who cross illegally are still asylum seekers. Like they still have the same protections of people at the border, but I'm not sure how that goes against
Do
like
we know that for a
trespassing and
fact?
like what? Sorry, what that? Oh, well, there's still asylums. I mean, I guess I could look it up. Let me. I'm comfy in bed. I can go to my computer.
I'm looking it up right now.
What was the question that he asked?
It's like people who cross illegally are still asylum seekers. Like they still have the same protections of people at the border, but I'm not sure how that goes against
Do
like
we know that for a
trespassing and
fact?
like what? Sorry.
Yes. If they claim
What that-
asylum.
Oh, well, there's still asylums. I mean, I guess I could look it up. Let me. I'm comfy in bed. I can go to my computer.
I'm looking it up right now. I know about the Andrew Callahan video. I'm not watching that right now.
So wouldn't it be like hard to make the system better if you have like a bunch of people like not using the system, right?
Well, like there's so many people that are using the system that there's just like
Yeah, and
purely
so
no more
it probably
space.
doesn't help that there's even more people that aren't even like being accounted for that like, you know, probably doesn't make it better.
It seems like you
worse.
have to be accounted for before you are given asylum. You can't be
I think
protected as an asylum person unless you have been given asylum, even if you're seeking asylum.
I'm sick.
Yeah, so
Can
they
you
still have to go
guys
through the
stop
system
talking about
exactly. So.
immigration?
I didn't
I
hear
think
both
it's
talk at the same time. I didn't hear. What did Anna say?
I said I'm sick. Just ping me if you guys stop talking about immigration.
Okay, all right.
I think it's like they're allowed the opportunity to request it. But, okay, I can look at that.
Like, listen, I should be like very clear. I don't actually want them to kill people. It's just that it seems like probably at some point I just got to admire what Israel does. Okay, you got to trim the lawn. Okay, you just need to let people know it's not acceptable. Sometimes that turns into terrible war crimes, but nobody's gonna actually enforce those laws against you. Okay, that seems to be the way it's gonna work.
Well, even on like the lesser extreme, just like not like doing because like this guy was doing how they're like they're what you call it, they're coming from like a worse place, so blah blah blah. Like this like that kind of like mentality like doesn't really matter, and like I don't know.
I'm surprised
Can I
Ochoa didn't want
propose
to
a
join.
potential reason? So, I mean, does anyone even know what the Republican bill is? Like what they want to pass? Because maybe they're trying to sneak a bunch of little things in that Democrats just can't have. They just can't agree with it in the bill.
We
And
just read the
so-
bill they agreed to, right? Or so the bill that they were going to trade for Ukraine funding. I think we just read it.
Oh, is that the one on stream? I thought that was
Pretty sure.
the Democrats' policy that they want.
What was the bipartisan? So I assume this is what they had their Ukraine negotiations set up against.
Okay. Well, was there like a harder one that the MAGA people wanted? Because maybe it's
I have no
like,
idea.
really crazy.
I haven't seen it.
The MAGA people, what the MAGA people want is for us to put our military on the southern border and put bullets into as many Mexicans as possible. That's what it feels like. I cannot think. I cannot think of what we have or what we could improve that would actually fix the situation that they would be that they would be okay with. I'm being serious. That's what it feels like. I cannot think of a single thing. One sec, let's try and do this. I think it should be a simple thing. If you sign this treaty, then great, and people should treat your people like that. And if you're a developed nation who doesn't sign this treaty, your people should treat... I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say there.
Two, the GOP House bill.
Yeah.
I mean, this is probably going to be huge, but all right. January 4th, 2024, The Hill. 5 things to know about the border bill at the heart of the GOP shutdown threats. Purge the U.S. workforce of undocumented workers. All undocumented workers, get out. Slashes asylum. Under existing law, immigrants who can make a credible claim of being refugees can stay in the U.S. while that claim is assessed, and if they're granted asylum, they're allowed to stay. So apparently, this is catch and release, right? Where you make an asylum claim, and then they're basically like, well, we can't process you right now, so we're going to let you into the country, and here's a court date, like multiple months in the future. Which seems, admittedly, to me. That has to probably end.
Yeah.
Wait, what
I
does?
agree with that.
right now, so we're going to let you into the country, and here's a court date like multiple months out. Slashes asylum. Under existing law, immigrants who can make a credible claim of being refugees can stay in the U.S. while that claim is assessed, and if they're granted asylum, they're allowed to stay. So apparently,
We have to do that. We are internationally obligated to do that. We signed on to something a long time ago. We have to do that. But the problem is, the problem isn't that we let them in here. The problem is that we have no way to know, or we have no way to, what's the word I'm looking for? We don't have any resources dedicated, or enough resources dedicated to hearing these asylum cases. That's the problem. We don't have the resources. Damn, I need to get more.
this is catch and release, right? Where you make an asylum claim, and then they're basically like, well, we can't process you right now, so we're going to let you into the country, and here's a court date like multiple months in the future. Which seems admittedly to me. That has to probably end.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree with that.
Build a wall while slashing immigrant services. This isn't shocking that you
Okay,
wouldn't
so
want to be paying
isn't
a
the
whole bunch
wall
of this
thing
shit.
kind of dumb? Isn't that a waste of money? Like,
I
can't they
mean,
still get
probably
in?
slowing people down helps border agents like actually catch them, but I have no idea how much. You could say it's
Yeah, I think
stupid,
more
but
personnel.
Because I thought
I have no idea.
it's like a cat and mouse kind of thing where they'll just dig tunnels or like
Listen,
there's literally like holes in the wall already.
My argument against this used to be that it worked for Israel and Gaza, but you know what? It's October 7th. That's not really a great argument anymore. So I don't know. Used to be that like, hey, building walls works pretty well for Israel. What? Oh, am I not? What bill is you reading? You are reading. Oh, this is H22 or sorry, HR2. Yeah, HR2 sweeping bill that would drastically restrict the asylum process while establishing a vast new surveillance system to forcibly freeze regional migration and crack down on the existing undocumented population.
Oh, wait, hold on. Also, let me pause this really quick. Let me read this article. Actually, let me scroll back a little bit. Oh, wait. 5 things to know about the border bill at the heart of GOP shutdown threats. Let's look at that article. 5 things to know. Okay. 5 things to know about the border bill at the heart of GOP shutdown threats. Holy shit, is that white Vivek Ramaswamy?
In video,
who is this guy?
as well
He
as
looks like
fellow
Vivek
Republicans,
Ramaswamy,
had a
but
front
white.
row seat to the immigration crisis at the border. In video taken down at the border, immigrants can be seen literally crossing the Rio Grande in real time as Johnson delivered a press conference on the state of the border crisis. Meanwhile, back here in Washington, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre agrees that the system is broken, but coming to a solution may be a lot easier said than done.
One thing is absolutely clear. America is at a breaking point with record levels of illegal immigration. And today, we got a firsthand look at the damage and the chaos the border catastrophe is causing in all of our communities.
This immigration system has been broken for decades, and we need to have a bipartisan agreement to move forward on how to deal with the system.
So Johnson has already made clear that H.R. 2 must be a part of any immigration agreement if the Republican majority in the House wants to get on board with the Democrats. H.R. 2, aka Secure the Border Act, would expand the border wall, hire more border agents, bar CBP from processing migrants, and
CBP. Customs and Border Protection. Prevent. Why is this securing the border?
curtail asylum eligibility. But keep in mind, we are just 2 weeks away from a partial government shutdown, which depends on whether H.R. 2 passes. So here to break it down, the battle boiling over the U.S.-Mexico border is the Hill staff writer covering all of this, Rafael Bernal. Welcome, Rafael. Thank you so much for sticking with us. There's finger-pointing going on both sides. The Biden administration is blaming Republicans. The GOP is saying that Biden's policies are fueling the migrant crisis. Who is at fault here and why?
Well, I would say Washington is at fault because the one striking similarity that HR2 has to previous fights over how to deal with immigration, how to deal with the southwest border, is in 1996, legislation was passed under threat of a shutdown in a budget deal between former President Clinton and former Speaker Newt Gingrich. In 2006, another immigration law was passed, the Secure Defense Act, right when the Senate wanted to leave for Christmas in
Hold on, go back.
threat of a shutdown. HR2 has the previous fights over how to deal with immigration, how to deal with the southwest border, is in 1996, legislation was passed under threat of a shutdown in a budget deal between former President Clinton and former Speaker Newt Gingrich. In 2006, another immigration law was passed, the Secure Defense Act, right when the Senate wanted to leave for Christmas in a hurry. It was just sort of, thrown there. And in this case, you have HR2, which when it was introduced in the good old days of the McCarthy speakership, it was really seen as a messaging bill. It was seen as a bill that was just a starting point, Republicans sort of setting the stage for a negotiation. But now you see a very real possibility that Democrats will have to choose between shutting the government down, or enacting parts or all of HR2.
Well, Raphael, I want to specifically focus.
Hold on, wait. When was this? Oh, this was earlier. And now the Democrats are like, okay, you know what? Okay, we'll do it if we get our Ukraine funding, like you guys said. Now the Republicans are the ones that are going to cause it.
On HR2, because I've been talking to sources who are saying that the Republicans, they are absolutely willing to have a partial government shutdown later this month if HR2 is not included in these negotiations. So how has the focus now specifically zeroed in on HR2?
It's exactly what you're saying. There is, until December, HR2 or provisions of HR2 were being negotiated in exchange for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan aid. Now it's the running of government. It's keeping government open. So a lot of these provisions are things that normally Democrats wouldn't even put on the table. Like they wouldn't negotiate. That's why HR2 was originally seen as a messaging bill. But now these provisions and the White House really opened up the idea that they could be discussed in those previous negotiations in December, and Republicans feel emboldened. They feel like
until Daddy Trump came in and said, wait. Yes, we're going to get all of this stuff that we've been trying to get since 1997 that the Democrats thought was too extreme on the border. We could get all of this, but we should actually just jettison that, the once in a lifetime opportunity that we have, because it would be good for Biden and bad for me, because I won't be able to run on the crisis at the border. Every single moment that goes by that this bill is not signed into law, all of the things that conservatives have been crying about when it comes to the southern border are all their fault, because they didn't want to put, the solution in place, because Papa Trump has his cock so firmly down their throat, not enough oxygen is getting to their brain.
They can win this one. They can get HR2. But the question is really, if it gets enacted, there is very little precedent to think that it will end the border crisis on the short term. So it's a lose-lose for Biden.
A lose-lose for Biden. And then you have the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, a Republican, who has also emerged as a key policymaker in this national debate outside of Washington, and DOJ officials filing a lawsuit against him.
That lawsuit is very likely to be successful, not because of how the justices and the Supreme Court feel about immigration or not, but because there is that very clear separation that has withstood challenges in the past. where the federal government is in charge of immigration law. If that is overturned, if Abbott's law prevails, all of the challenges and ultimately up to the Supreme Court where it's likely to land, then we will see a complete change in how immigration policy is enforced in this country. And that would be, that would be a watershed moment, not dissimilar to ending Roe v. Wade.
One word answer, yes or no, before I let you go. Will H.R. 2 be included in the negotiations at the end of the day, coming up to January 19th, not the 17th, January 19th, ahead of that partial government shutdown date?
We have potential taxpayers and laborers pouring in from other countries, and Republicans are crying about it. And to make it worse, there are potential Republican voters. Oh, yeah. Yeah, most immigrants that come over here are, generally speaking, more conservative than they are liberal. The Republicans are just too to see, they see brown and they're like, oh, that must be a liberal. Like,
yes, in the negotiations.
There you go.
Okay. Here's what the bill would do. We think that we need to deal with certain things on the border. We can work together to get certain things done, but not the draconian moves, a lack of human rights, etc., that the Republicans want and put forward in H.R. 2. That is a red line. Under H.R. 2, employers would be required to verify, under penalty of prison, that all of their workers were documented. I don't know if prison. Maybe a fine. I'd be fine with that probably. Although I'm pretty sure that's already. Method for doing so would be the E-Verify system voluntary program set up under a 1996 immigration bill that cross-references an employee's employment paperwork against the Social Security database. The program is currently optional under federal law, although 22 states require all employees to use it, and several, including Michigan and Texas, require it for federal contractors. Data on whether requiring the program successfully forces undocumented immigrants from the labor force is contradictory. A Southern Economic Journal study suggested that states that used E-Verify saw wages fall for undocumented Mexican men, but more labor force participation by Mexican women, who may have had an easier time entering the informal economy as domestic workers. The study also suggested that E-Verify meant more employment and higher wages among Mexican-born men who are U.S. citizens. One second. Damn, I so badly want, like... one second. Okay, let me understand this. Wages fall for undocumented Mexican men by Mexican women who may have had an easier time entering the informal economy. More employment and higher wages among Mexican-born men who were U.S. citizens. And a study in the IZA Journal of Migration found that the states with E-Verify laws had fewer, less educated prime-age immigrants from Mexico and Central America. E-Verify laws. Then why are there so many undocumented immigrants in Texas? That association is imperfect, as is the assumption that those who fail to pass an E-Verify check are undocumented. U.S. government records found that about 57,000 citizens were erroneously flagged as undocumented by the program, a number that the National Immigration Forum argues is a serious undercount. Catches fewer than 1 in 6 undocumented workers. Even catching that share would impact industries that rely on undocumented labor, however. That includes the agriculture industry, as 40% of all foreign workers in the U.S. are undocumented, according to the United States USDA. Slashes asylum. Under existing law, immigrants who can make a credible claim of being refugees can stay in the U.S. while that claim is assessed, and if granted asylum, they are allowed to stay. Republicans have long argued that the system suffers from rampant abuse, and they have argued that Biden administration asylum policies are tantamount to an open invitation to migrants. Okay, someone, please help me find something about the current, like, how do we what Biden administration asylum policies? Search. Let's see if we can find anything. The asylum ban bars asylum seekers who cross through another country on their way to the southern U.S. border, unless they have previously applied for and been denied asylum elsewhere or managed to receive an appointment at a port of entry through a new U.S. government app for smartphones. Got you. Okay. Okay, let's keep reading. HR 2 makes it far harder for migrants to claim asylum and makes the process far more onerous for those able to stay long enough for that claim to be processed. For example, the bill denies people the ability to claim asylum unless the Customs and Border Protection officer who processes them believes their ultimate case would more likely than not be accepted. Adds a $50 fee to make an asylum claim. Wait. The bill denies people the ability to claim asylum unless the CBP officer who processes them believes their ultimate case would more than likely not be accepted. Am I having a stroke? Is this sentence like ass backwards? It denies people to claim asylum unless the officer who processes them believes their case would not be accepted. How does that make any sense? Am I having a stroke? Oh, more likely be accepted. Okay, sorry. I'm having a stroke. I'm sick. That's my excuse. Adds a $50 fee to make an asylum claim and bars migrants from making an asylum claim anywhere but at an official port of entry. Well, right there, this right here is against international law that we have signed on to since 1967. This last measure presents a paradox because it is precisely the backups and closures at ports of entry that help push migrants to venture into the desert between official crossings. The bill also provides for even those who are found to have credible claims to be held in detention for the years while their cases drag on, and requires the DHS to expand detention facilities to hold them. Yeah, that's insane. It's not, you're not solving the problem. When the bill passed the House, co-author When the bill passed the House, co-author Tom McClintock told reporters it was necessary to stem a tide of horrors. He pointed to classrooms packed with non-English speaking students, hospitals flooded with illegals demanding uncompensated care, violent criminal. Well, hey, listen, there's lots of ways that we could try and fix our healthcare system too, buddy. Okay, violent criminal cartels and gangs introduced into our communities. Suppressed wages for working Americans and the collapse of the social safety net that was supposed to take care of Americans in need that you're constantly trying to slash anyway, so. Asylum is not an open invitation to bum rush our borders, but the Democrats have made it precisely that. I'm trying to figure out. One second. I asked a conservative Discord for what they want that would actually solve it. Okay. He says that under the current system, you make a fraudulent asylum claim, you are guaranteed to receive immediate admission into our country. You get cash, a range of free goods and services, indefinite residency, and indefinite work authorization. That's not true. In fact, under the Biden administration, the asylum system has already been significantly restricted. In August, a 3-judge panel upheld the administration's asylum ban, which bars most migrants who have transitioned through a third country from applying for refugee status. In a blistering dissent, Judge Lawrence Van Dyke wrote that the Biden administration's immigration policy was not meaningfully different than the Trump administration ban that judges threw out. What was that? Okay. Government. What was the? I don't care about their reaction. I want to know. Okay, this is the full legal document. Not what I want. Oh my God, it's so... News and commentary. Let's see here. The rule barring asylum for immigrants who enter the country outside a port of entry irreconcilably, I can't say it, conflicts with the INA, Immigration and Naturalization Act, that the expressed intent of the expressed intent of Congress. Whatever the scope of the president's authority, he may not rewrite the immigration laws to impose a condition that Congress has expressly forbidden. Claiming that the illegal entry of immigrants across the southern border of the United States is a national crisis, President Trump on Friday issued a proclamation purporting to bar the entry of all persons entering the United States at any place other than an official port of entry. The Trump administration's action is contrary to the founding values of the country, welcoming homeless refugees to our shores. Okay. Any alien who is physically present in the United States or who arrives in the United States at a designated port of entry or not is entitled to apply for asylum. In writing that law, Congress was specific. Okay, let's read this federal law. God, I love Wikipedia's summaries of this shit. Asylum in the United States. Okay, they said, the Republicans in this Discord said, we covered this pretty deep last VC session. Build a secure, humane wall so immigrants are forced to go through checkpoints. Okay, that's... Have enough people working desks to push the paperwork. Have a quota per month of migrant allowance. I'm trying to figure out how that is meaningfully different than what we have now. With the exception of the wall, which will literally fix nothing. Like, we could get more people to work the cases, and that would we get more people to work the cases, and that would reduce the amount of time people claiming asylum are here before their case is heard. It's not illegal to cross the border if you claim asylum. This is international law. If we want to kick out false claimants, then we have to get more immigration case workers and judges. Yeah. I mean, we can just break international law in that case, if you want. I don't get why we're so keen on that specific point. Oh, they're questioning it. RW. I'm streaming. Can we jump into a VC for like 3 mins so I don't have to type out the explanation? Okay, sorry. I'm arguing on Discord instead of streaming. I apologize, but like I'm just like so curious. Funny clip, click it. Oops.
Hello.
Went to the wrong window. Why is it not opening? There we go.
Hello, my name is John. I'll be your server today. I was wondering if you know what you'd like to order?
Yeah, I have a question about the menu, please.
The man I please is none of your business. Hello, my name is John. I'll be your server today. I was wondering if you know what you'd like to order?
Yeah, I have a question about the menu, please.
The man I please is none of your...
That's funny. Okay, that's good. Okay, let's see if we can get into like a short conversation with one of these people. I just need to understand. Okay. Copy. Paste. And sorry, I need to stop arguing with people on Discord while I'm streaming. I just don't know how. I can't stop myself. Yo. Oh. Yo.
Hey, man, go ahead.
Okay, really quick. So I've been doing research this entire stream. All right. Also, apologies if I sound up. I am up. I'm sick as. Okay. So I linked the. Yeah. So this article, this Wikipedia article that I posted in the chat, convention relating to statues of refugees. We signed on to that. Like if you look at the little picture onto the side, you can see we're party to the 1967 protocol. And the only difference between the 1967 protocol and the original 1951 convention is that there's no, for some reason in 1951 convention, they said this applies to any event that happened before 1951. So if there was like a genocide somewhere and you're running away from that, as long as it happened before X date on 1951, then you can claim asylum. And they updated it in 1967 to say it doesn't matter if it happened before or after 1951. Anyone who is experiencing these things has these protections, right? So we signed on to this. And then if you scroll down to the rights and responsibilities of parties, right, it says like the refugees shall abide by the national laws of the contracting states, yada, 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 a bunch of bullet points. But if you see down here, the contracting states, the ones that signed this, shall not impose penalties on refugees who entered illegally in search of asylum if they present themselves without delay, right?
Okay.
So even if they don't cross at a border crossing point, under international law, we can't treat them any differently. We can't impose penalties on them. What I'm starting to realize after reading all of the problems that we have is that really the only thing that we can do is to increase funding for more officers and more judges and more caseworkers. I don't think that there's anything else that we can do, because the main reason why people are coming in and not immediately presenting themselves to claim asylum is because our system is so backlogged that they could be here for 15 years, right?
Yeah, I agree with you in the fact that we need to have more manpower towards the backlogs and dealing with the massive influx that's happening currently at the border. I'm not opposed to the idea of people coming across the border anywhere they can to claim asylum, but at the same time, I think there needs to be more control to the chaos, not just literally letting people flood across anywhere. It'd be, I personally, and here's an opinion here, would rather have more checkpoints manned that can process instead of just a free-for-all experience. And it'd also be interesting to know, of all of these hundreds of thousands of people, how many of them are claiming asylum? You know, how legit is all of it? There's so many people coming, and for them all to be claiming asylum, it kind of boggles my mind in a sense. And you know, there is the fact of why can't they go to any other country as well? So I understand what you're saying, but it would also be nice to see more control as well in the situation. It seems too chaotic.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I think that the chaos is due to artificial restrictions that we've put on the process. And when I say artificial restrictions, I mean like we simply don't have the manpower to go through all of these cases for asylum. So we don't like. Yeah. So like
what are we throwing on them? You're saying that we can't throw stuff on them, that, you know, if they're claiming asylum, we can't treat them differently. What are we doing to them that's different? Like when they come in here, they have to sit in a box for a while. I don't even know what happens to them when they come across the border and how we're processing them.
Well, right now, I'm trying to find out what all of the proposals are from the Democrats, from the Republicans, trying to figure out like, okay, is this like too soft? Is this too harsh? There's a bill called HR2, and one of the provisions in there is like absolutely buck wild from the Republicans, which is basically we should build essentially like tent city detention centers that while we process each individual asylum case, they have to stay inside of this like tent prison, right? Which
it's like a purgatory, because, you know, we don't just want to let them inside of our civilization. We have to have some type of holding point, you know, and then till they're processed and then they're allowed, because we don't know who they are, what they are, where they came from, anything.
Well, right, but that's like the whole point of like claiming asylum, right? You come in, you claim asylum, and then you're supposed to be given all these protections until your case can be heard, right? And like you can read all of these protections that we're obligated to follow, and then we have our own like extra rules on top of that, right? So, like I don't want to keep them in purgatory. The way to keep them out of purgatory is to have way more people, right? Way more people working these cases, because the problem
you can get people quickly, I think, but the infrastructure to house them for a quality of life situation while they're waiting, I mean, that's going to take some time.
Well, I don't think that that's what we should do. I think that like the way that we should do it, and I could be moved off of this if there's a proposal that's better. I don't like the idea of putting people into tent cities for, you know, a load of time while they wait in purgatory. I think that if they come in and they claim asylum, and I think like the Biden administration has like 15 or 20 extra things that we're giving them so that we ensure that they show up for their trial or their asylum hearing, right? I think that that's fine, but the problem is people are avoiding even claiming asylum right now, it seems, because they are because they know that there was the Remain in Mexico policy. I don't know if that's still in effect. Then there's where is the other thing? The not asylum ban, but Oh, illegal asylum ban.
It's over my head.
Yeah, damn it. Oh, here it is.
I have 2 points then when you're ready.
Yeah, so the asylum ban, right, is basically a policy that says you have to claim asylum in a country before you get to the United States. Like if you're coming from Nicaragua, the next country,
The closest, yeah, your closest option.
yeah. But that's not really, people won't do that because Mexico isn't any better. If anything, they're much worse, and they'll like also abuse the out of their
If
people.
Mexico is the first one. I mean, there's a lot of you know,
I mean,
parts
there's
of the
lots
equation.
of yeah. I mean, like
But
there's
my question back
yeah.
to you is, you know, or not a question, but you know, sometimes tent city might be a better situation than remain in Mexico in the middle of the wastelands or come into America and be homeless. So there is scenarios where tent city is actually better than what they would have otherwise while they're waiting.
Sure. I won't disagree with that. The problem is it's not as efficient, both like from a, you know, resources, like we're devoting a fuckload of man hours to keeping people inside of a tent city. We're spending a fuckload of money to keep them in that tent city. And then we're still having like issues with processing all these people, right?
Well,
I don't think that that's
the first two I can't disagree with, but sorry, the first two I think needs to remain in place. You have to have personnel and you have to have resources for tent city. But yes, all these jobs that the government says they can create jobs to push paperwork for this situation. The fact that they're not is odd.
Well, I just think that there's probably ways that we can do it without spending as much money while also like trying to, you know, mitigate the upness of the system, right?
I think a think tank event on figuring out solutions for it would be a good event for your chat or drone tech server, whatever. Because yes, the current situation could be made better. I agree, but also while we're figuring this out, we have to deal with the powder keg that's building right now, right in Eagle Pass. You know, you have a convoy of 700 plus people heading down there. Something's gonna happen.
People, how many people are heading down there?
Huh?
Wait,
there's the Patriot convoys is already heading in that direction. The trucks alone are 700,000. That's not civilians. So
I haven't heard of that at all. Can you link that to me?
Yeah, dude. If you go in Drone Tech server, if you go into the thread for oh shoot, what's it called? 1 second.
Which channel will it be in?
Under Clash of Minds, if you go into no, sorry, I switched it over. In trending news, the Patriot convoy. That's where I started throwing stuff down. And that's where you'll find more stuff on that. It's basically there's websites set up ever since I think it was like January 13th that they were planning on doing this. But anyway, there's something to look into there. But when it comes to the solution, and I mean, I hope you get an answer to what conservatives want. I personally just want more secure, a secure border with checkpoints that are spread out enough that people can come through those points and not, you know, ram a boat to the side of a hill and get in that way. If they're willing to come in and do the right thing, I already have more faith in that person. If they're going to try and covertly get in anywhere they can, I don't have as much faith in that person.
I guess like what matters to me less is like if there was a way that we could try to mitigate this with more border entry points, like yeah, that'd be cool, but it doesn't seem like that's what the issue is. The issue isn't that there's not enough border entry points. It's that once they get to those border issue points or entry points and they claim asylum, they're not able to, like they're caught in a limbo until their asylum case can be heard, right?
Right. We have to distinguish how to accept asylum, because when you have that many people, I would like to know the percentage of the people that are actually claiming asylum. Because if they're abusing that law and they don't actually have the credentials to receive it, and then you just have tens of thousands of people a week that you have to take in because they're claiming this, we need a more efficient method. Even if we have to do an amendment towards that document you're talking about, we have to have a more logical way to be humane, but still say, hey, no, you're us over right now with our own law legalities.
Right. Well,
You know what I'm saying?
that is solved by having more judges and more caseworkers, so that we can reduce the amount of time. What it seems to be is the amount of people deciding to just like cross and try and not get caught. That number is growing the longer the wait at the border is to have asylum cases heard. So if we reduce the amount of time, it disincentivizes people from trying to go around the system because they're like living in squalor, like in Juarez or some shit, right?
I would like to see in your scenario that if the United States can make an efficient system to get paperwork done quickly so people can get processed, if that solves the problem, hallelujah. But if people are still choosing at that point to go clandestine, then there's a different problem we have to solve. It'd be good to look at those at the same time and try and figure it out together.
Well, right. Well, the entire point of having asylum hearings is to see if the person's asylum claim is legitimate, right? Like that's the entire thing that I'm saying. Like we want to make sure that these people are legitimately claiming asylum. Why are they all coming to the United States? Well, we have a reputation of, give me your huddled masses, et cetera, et cetera. Like people come here for economic opportunity and because we're not going to, throw you in jail because you are a political dissident. I found out today that there's like
people, but there is in my mind a finite point where we can't handle the resource situation of it. So at that point, whatever that point is, people actually have to be held out despite the fact that they're claiming asylum, just so that we can bring them in and not break. You can argue that we're not there yet, but our whole structure is definitely being stressed right now.
Yeah, it seems like everything that we're like on both sides, the policies that people are putting up aren't actually policies that will solve the problem, right? Because the problem is a bunch of shit going down in a bunch of other countries, right? That is causing these people to flee. The policies that we have that are being argued about, whether we should pass them, whether, whatever, what the Democrats want and what the Republicans want seems like both parties are gunning for how to mitigate the amount of people crossing, but not actually trying to solve the issue, right? Like we don't have to solve these other countries' issues.
There is the concern of the sheer numbers. So there are people that want to solve the number situation so that we can, that is an issue they see,
But I just don't know, like, because the Democrats' policies, I'm not sure how much they will help or how much they will hurt, or if it just maintains the status quo. It seems like it's stuff that everyone in the call the other day, including the conservatives, all agreed about. Get more caseworkers, get more judges, get more Border Patrol agents, et cetera, et cetera. Create more streamlined policies. But I don't know how far they go with that, or if they would actually help, because I just don't have the base or the requisite knowledge to know. Right.
You also have the situation where they're stacking bills together. If they would literally just separate the bill out so that the border situation was its own bill.
Well,
they weren't
the Republicans did that.
Despite who did it. I don't care. Pick whoever you want who did it. People need to separate it out and solve it as its own individual issue so that they can't have all this other crap attached to it. So that, it's why not level the playing field and just make it is what it is instead.
Because it would never get passed is the real answer. Because the Democrats, the Democrats have one set of policies, and then the Republicans have another set of policies, and like the bill that the Speaker Johnson is talking about right now, that is according to him dead on arrival, is basically like 90 or like 85 to 90% of all of the policies that Republicans have been fighting for since 1997, right? All of these policies to, secure the border and to reduce the amount of illegal immigration, but the Republicans right now are willing to jettison that because Trump told them to. And the only reason they have it is because it's tied to Ukraine funding. And the Democrats are like, you know what?
I mean, I wouldn't simplify it all the way to Trump said so. I mean, here, my opinion's on the outside. I'm not fighting for the Republicans.
Sure. I'm just,
Politicians are full of shit. I'm just saying, like, we're just two common folk thinking about the logic of it and how it can be solved. And then you're asking the question, like, how can this actually happen? And if we have to deal with the political system to get something passed, we're already. So I don't know how to help you there.
Yeah. Well, that's not what my question. That was your question, right? Because you were the one that was saying you want to split them up. I think that you know what.
I figured that's an easier way to have people come to a compromise on it. When you take everything else out of the picture that doesn't have to do with the border, that's logically in my mind how it would work.
Well,
if it doesn't work that way in their minds, then that's their problem.
Well, the reason that doesn't work is because one side either wants to maintain the status quo or reduce restrictions, and the other side wants to increase restrictions. And if you can't come to a consensus on that, then that bill doesn't get passed. But if you have it tied with another bill like Ukraine funding, then you can say, hey, you really want this Ukraine funding? I'll give it to you, but you got to give some concessions to me on.
See, I just really disagree with the carrot on a stick, dangling something in front of people. I feel like it's just, that's politics. I really don't enjoy that aspect of it all.
That's the name of the game here.
If you can't, we're not going to let you get anything until we get our stuff.
Yeah,
in the meantime,
forces the Democrats to play ball, and if they don't want to play ball, then they don't get their Ukrainian funding.
Well, that's the problem. The Democrats did want the Ukraine funding, but the Republicans did a U-turn out of nowhere and said, actually, I think that it would be a good idea to keep this as a campaign issue for Trump. Like, this is the stated reason why they're talking about not passing the bill in the House, because it would be bad for Trump if there was no longer something for them to run on.
I have to look at that bill. Some people there's been debate about that. I have to look
hey, if you have something that says that the Republicans aren't doing it for that reason, I would love that, because I don't want to think that the Republicans have Trump's cock so far down their throat they don't have oxygen going to their brain, right? It would be really great if they weren't like that bought into it, but
or Biden's old cock.
Well, I mean, I don't think that the Republicans have Biden's cock down their throat. Not yet.
Talk about Democrats. Well, they will have to. Well, he will have to know where it is.
Yeah.
Cock is Biden.
In the meantime, though, guys, while the politicians are having all these issues, civilians are getting involved.
Yeah, that's fucking scary. I'm actually about to read this because listen, I haven't even read the post, but I'm seeing all these truckers there, and if these decide to try and fight with federal authorities over the border, anything that happens to them is on their own. It's on them, and it's on their own actions. Like, holy shit.
It will not be a good look for Biden either. He will risk political consequences too.
Sorry, Base. There's also the aspect of Abbott declaring an invasion, and under a declaration of invasion, the federal government has to back them. There's that post happened somewhere. I'll try. I can try and find that and post that too. But
yeah, I've heard that argument. I've heard that argument.
If that's true, like, what happens? There's so much law involved in this bullshit that it's a powder keg. We just have to see what happens.
It is a powder keg, but it sounds like Abbott is taking a very generous reading of what it means to be invaded as laid out by the Constitution.
It's like a lawyer in court saying, well, this sentence could mean this, so let's use it.
Yeah, but aren't conservatives the ones that say, like, we should be going off of the original meaning of the Constitution, the original textual meaning? Like, that's...
I'm sure there's many that are.
That's like the Republicans' whole thing.
Wait, did the Supreme Court rule that the federal government can cut through the wire? But did they rule that, like, I'm trying to think, is it they can cut through wire? Is that just the ruling?
I'm pretty sure the ruling was that they were allowed to go in and do whatever their job was.
Yeah, and if they had to cut down the razor wire to do it, then they could. Like, there's no restrictions
they
on
didn't rule on Texas being able to set up the wire. If they just ruled on them being able to cut the wire than the Texas being able to setting up the wire would be a separate issue.
Yeah, I think that that's like a stupid distinction, and I'm pretty sure that I would have to read exactly what they said, but like my understanding is they know that they're not supposed to put up more razor wire where federal agents are trying to work, but they're doing it anyway because it's political posturing. The razor wire isn't stopping anything.
If they do it in a separate area.
Well, if they do it in an area that's not interfering with the feds, then I don't think the feds are going to have that much of a problem. But it's in an area where the feds are working, right? It's just like open defiance of like the supremacy clause of the United States. Like listen, I'm a Texan. I don't want, the feds to come in and roll over Texas and just like destroy them. But also I do have a lot of respect for like our system and how we have the federal over the states, which are over the localities, which are over, the individuals, right? I think that that's like a pretty good system on how we decide what is legal, right? Like no state law is going to supersede federal law, right? And the Constitution explicitly says that. And the Constitution explicitly says that issues relating to our borders are the federal government's responsibility. In the event of invasion,
I understand your viewing of it and your respect for it. And the issue that we're dealing with here is that there's hundreds of thousands of individuals that are willing to get involved personally because they feel the system is broken in some sense and they can't support it anymore. So you have
listen, I can't account for do you think that we should bend the rules of our institutions to account for the like syphilitic rantings of crazy
the
truckers?
answer would be if people don't believe in the institutions anymore and people have lost faith in those, then your course of action should be trying to restore faith in those institutions. You can't force this on people.
So my response
force
is
what?
My response is if the people of the United States of America in mass in a democratic majority vote believe that something is broken in the system and that system then refuses, I'm not saying this happened, but this is my opinion. If it's decided upon as a nation that something's wrong with it and the federal government still does it their own way anyway, then at that point in time, the populace is in the right to overstep the federal government. The problem is they skipped that part.
Yeah, they skipped multiple parts, like, trying to vote for people that will enact things that they want, right? And also the Republicans have skipped parts where they could actually give these people what they've been asking for since 1997, but are instead deciding that they don't want to because it would be a gift to the Democrats to pass legislation for something that they've said is a crisis.
Here between the populace and the politicians, because I do believe the populace in the United States votes for putting people in to put in policy that they can back. And then that's all they could do. They vote, and then hopefully this person gets in, and then hopefully that politician does the right thing. But instead, they're sitting eating Jimmy John sandwiches and back and forth across the aisle, and nothing's getting done.
I mean, that's true. We're living in a highly polarized time, so Congress is going to be highly polarized, and so less stuff is likely to get through.
And so the problem with that is that while nothing's getting done, if something is broken and breaking us down, it's going to continue to happen until the process completes itself.
But the problem is, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but the frustrating thing is that there was an opportunity to actually, do something that, according to the processes and according to the institutions that we have, right, through the proper through the proper legal channels, pass a bill. But all of a sudden, the people that have been sounding the alarms on this the hardest are suddenly backing out of the deal. And I don't understand what we're supposed to do. Let me ask you this.
Just to go with your point before you change.
Yeah.
I think you should continue to look into what that bill is and why they're not allowing it. I do not think it's as simple as Trump said, so don't do it. I think there's more to that.
I've been reading about this for, what time is it? I can just see how long I've been streaming. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I've been reading about this for 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Have you gotten to see what's in the bill?
The problem is the bill is not necessarily released to the public, but there are parts of it that have been. Let me find where I put it. 1 second.
I'm on his phone right now. I wish I could share something with you that I saw. And then at the same time, you have to take this person's word for it. You're like, did you see that shit? Is that what it said?
I mean, these are people that wrote the bill talking about it.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is.
Okay, I'll link this. Here, I'll put it in the trending news channel here. But let me read what they have here. Purge the U.S. workforce of undocumented workers. Even some Republicans don't want that, right? Because what was the percentage? 40% of all farm workers in the U.S. are undocumented, and some Republicans in some states are like, that would destroy my state's economy. Let's not do that one, right?
Yeah, we're broken in more than one way. I hear you.
Yeah. Slashes asylum. Let me see here. Republicans argue that the system offers from rampant abuse in the asylum system, and have argued that Biden administration asylum policies are tantamount to an open immigration or an open invitation to migrants. I don't understand why, because I tried to find the Biden administration asylum policy, and it's like it's one step removed from a Trump policy that got struck down for being too aggressive. Like it was too it broke some of our laws, right? Biden changed like one aspect of it, so they have to stay in Mexico or let me see here. Go here. No, there it is. So Biden's bill bans asylum seekers who cross through another country on their way to the southern border unless they have previously applied for asylum elsewhere, or use the government app for smartphones that they made up. So I don't know why that's an open invitation to migrants, but let me see here. The bill denies people the ability to claim asylum unless the Customs and Border Protection officer who processes them believes their case would more than likely be accepted, adds a $50 fee to make an asylum claim, and bars migrants from making an asylum claim anywhere but an official port of entry. But that last part, like I pointed out earlier, that's literally breaking international law. We can't, like, if they cross anywhere, even illegally, and they claim asylum, we have to hear them out. According to international law. But as this article points out, this last measure presents a paradox because it precisely backups. I can't speak because I'm sick.
Backs up, I got you.
Yeah, because it is precisely the backups and closures at ports of entry that help push migrants to venture into the desert between official crossings. The bill also provides for even those who are found to have credible claims to be held in detention for the years while their cases drag on, and requires the Department of Homeland Security to expand detention facilities to hold them. That's what I was talking about earlier, right? But it seems like the better thing to do is just to have way more facilities for these people, or not facilities, way more caseworkers. Like that's what I was saying here, because the biggest push for these people to not present themselves for asylum is that it's going to, like, they could be put in, like, held in jail while they wait for like years, which is kind of counterproductive to running away from an oppressive regime, right? Yeah, so that one I think is a non-starter. And also Biden's is like barely constitutional. Biden's asylum ban is barely constitutional. Let me see, what's the next one? Build a wall while slashing immigrant services. Oh, I'm sorry, say again?
No, I'm on my phone now. I found something earlier today where a guy was breaking down either the proposal from Biden to the people if they allowed the bill to pass, the one that he's putting the liquid natural gas uh, new contract ban on. He broke it down in a way that's basically said that so many people were going to be coming through the border. I can't remember what the number was. It's 5 to 10,000 a week or a day. I don't know how they said it, but basically
Sure.
it wasn't actually solving certain problems the way that it was worded. And I wish I could find it because, I mean, even me bringing it up right now is just a waste of talking.
Well, no, it's not. I'm really interested to see like all the different angles of this, but one thing that I don't think that will ever help is building a wall. Like I've tried to think since Trump was elected in 2016, like how could a wall possibly help with the issue here? Because these people seem like they're desperate enough to try anything. Like a lot of people come and then they overstay their visas. A lot of people cross in places that are extremely dangerous. Why would a wall stop them all of a sudden?
Well, I mean, if they, the best I can offer that is if they can't get past a barrier and they're forced to go through spots that were created to be passed through.
Well, why do you
that
think they
makes
couldn't get past the barrier? That's the
Huh?
entire thing. That why do you think they couldn't get past the barrier unless it's made of like
They'd have to work harder
adamantium?
to get past certain barriers. Yeah, I'm sure if they put their resources towards it, they could make a spot where they can get past the barrier. But by doing that, they can be found out, and that can be undone. It's just if you have nothing, that creates a lot of opportunity that there's nothing there to deal with it in the first place. But if you have something to deal with it in the first place, it forces them to play by the rules more.
I'm not sure if it actually does. It seems like a massive waste of money, infrastructure, and material and time for something that's like not going to work. When we could just like try to
I
solve
think that
the
it will work. It's not that it's not going to work at all. And the resources and time you put into creating it, you're not going to be paying man personnel to sit at a wall that doesn't exist. So there's
Sure.
a difference in where money's going to be going. It's not going to solve the problem 100%, but I am in the part of the camp that believes that having a secure barrier will be helpful towards the total solution.
Well, yeah, like I understand like the logic behind it. I just don't think that like the cost benefit analysis is there. Like I think that the cost massively outweighs the benefits for the problem that we're having when we could put those resources towards something that will actually, better facilitate.
Both.
Huh?
We have to put money. We have to put money. I think we have to put money towards both. We can't just throw a bunch of money at new jobs to push the paperwork. I think we do have to throw money towards securing the border also. It's a both scenario where at this I could argue that we're throwing a bunch of money at bullshit stuff that doesn't help us ever anyway. So it's just a different mindset. I think that creating a secure border is not a waste of time and resources.
Okay, let me make you this case real quick. Okay. How much Trump's wall cost? How much did he say it was going to cost? Okay. So currently Biden is trying to like in the current bill that they were negotiating, it was like $13.5 billion, right? Which is a lot of money. Trump's wall would cost $18 billion or about $20.8 billion in 2022 after inflation, right? So we can either hire fewer people and build a shittier wall. We can build a wall and have not enough funding for any additional, actual like boots on the ground people. Or we could it's either we do both things shittily, right? We do one thing really well while not actually solving the problem, or we could just put the money into the one thing that we all agree would be a helpful thing.
I think that, I mean, there's two people here talking about it. If we put that to a vote, I'd be curious to see what the masses believed in. I'm all I can simply state is I would vote towards building a secure wall that costs money, because I do believe it will have earned us something. It wouldn't be a waste.
Sure.
That's the best
I understand. It's just like I guess I would need something more concrete to I would need something more concrete to go off of, rather than, oh, I think that this would work, when all of the other like bits of logic in my mind are pointing towards this probably isn't going to be the thing that solves, 20,000
When you think
people.
of the path of least resistance, what do you think? Do you think that so if you were an immigrant coming to this country, well, of course, all right, despite all that bullshit, you're coming to this country, you want to get in. There's a wall there that is not easy to deal with. Are you going to figure out how to dig under it, go over it, or are you going to go to the point of entry and go in that way? Which is the path of least resistance?
Well, if it was like each one of these people were just coming on their own, I would agree. Like that would definitely hamper most people. But most of these people are coming in small groups guided by people who make this their entire living, right? The coyotes. So like the coyotes are going to be the ones that are figuring out how to get through the wall.
Right. And if the wall is there, they have to figure out how they're going to deal with that problem. And once they overcome it, the United States has to figure out where they're getting around it and deal with it. It's always a game of chess.
Yeah, it's just like an additional game of cat and mouse that isn't
But
actually.
I do believe it decreases the amount. If you're forcing your opponent to work harder, that means that you may not have to work as hard to deal with whatever they're doing. If you create a barrier in front of them that they have to then work around, you have the resources then to deal with that pinpoint location instead of having a wide area that they can deal and just come through at. I don't think it's a waste of money, even though you're paying personnel to still deal with it, because that's just the way that life works. Personnel has to deal with whatever the situation is. I mean, I just don't think that it's that foolish of an idea to make it harder for the coyotes.
I just don't think that the level of difficulty like spikes significantly enough that the 18 to 22 billion dollars is going to be well spent. But like, we're not going to agree on this, I don't think.
No, I mean, yeah, we just disagree on that. That's all.
Yeah. Now, here's one that I would think that the Democrats will never budge on, and I also don't think that if we are a nation that actually cares about human beings, and for all of the Republicans hubbub about protecting the children, I don't think that this one would ever fly. Ends protections for migrant children. So, I talked about this earlier today. The border really isn't a massive issue for me in my like day-to-day life. I think about other policy on a like much more regularly, right? Even though I live in a border state, I just don't think that it's not even like my top 10 policy issues that I would vote for someone on. But if like, let's say, but like when I started getting into politics like really hard in 2014, right? And then I start seeing Trump doing the family separation policy, that made it a big deal. That was up. And I think that is what the biggest deal for the Democrats from like 2016 to now, or to the end of Trump's presidency. The biggest issue wasn't like, hey, we should do some immigration reform, right? Or we should have open borders, because I don't think that the Democrats are saying that. The thing that everyone was pissed off about Trump's immigration policies was that it was the most like inhumane, disgusting shit ever, where you're separating families from their children and keeping all of the children in detention camps away from their family without adequate resources. Like, just like keep the families together, maybe. But
if you can create a scenario where the quality of life for these people is as good as it can possibly be, like you're not going out of your way to make it picky for this person. great. That'd be awesome to see that. There's also the aspect of our children being trafficked, and I think that was the whole purpose of it.
But
because it's possible they could be lying. I mean, we have to verify parentage.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to verify some way because they could be in the hands
Yeah,
of
if
a
they're being,
trafficker.
of course,
We have
I'm
to,
not going to argue
what
with
would be
you.
the process what would be the process to verify that these are indeed families and not that these children are not in the hands of a trafficker?
That's a really good question. I don't know the process for that. Let me
I'd
add
love to
that
know how they get their information myself.
here. I'm going to add that to my notepad here because I have a bunch of questions about immigration that I don't have answered. How do we verify children are with their actual families and not being trafficked?
As well as how do they find information on who's who, even if they don't have kids? Are they just looking up their Facebook profile?
Well, I think that most asylum seekers bring legal documents with them so that they can prove their case. Because
So there's another statistic, like how many of these people are documented.
If they were documented, if they had documents, would it be an easier process for them?
Well, yeah,
still
I
a
think that
process, still a
yeah,
wait.
you're still
I
going to
mean,
have to process through them. When we talk about undocumented immigrants, it just means that we don't have documentation of them in the United States. It doesn't mean that they don't have, their like birth certificate.
I literally mean that they have documents, period, for wherever they come from. Because a lot of the people, I would think, assumingly, that have documents that want to migrate to America are going to do what my wife did, and we're going to sit there and fill out the information online and pay all the freaking money and then wait, and then when they finally say okay, then we can come.
Let me see here.
I'm gonna have to go soon, though, buddy.
Yeah, no, I can let you go now. It's just like the more I read about this, first off, it's really hard to get a good grasp of basically anything to do with immigration. But what I am finding is I know when I come into this Discord, I seem hyper partisan. I want to make this clear. If the Democrats did something or start doing something or when they do things that I disagree with, I'll call them out. Or if they do things that go against my principles, I'll call them out. I do not give that much of a about the Democratic Party, just like as a party, right? But while I've been reading this for the past 4.5 hours, I've gotten way more information about what the Democrats actually want than out of the Republicans, because the Republicans have said, it's literally the same statement over and over, that the Democrats have an open border policy, that Biden has an open border policy, that they're just letting anyone come in and they don't care, and they're giving them, plane tickets and all this stuff. And it's basically just like the craziest half truths or outright lies. Like I don't know how to get the conservative perspective on this. I want to have the most accurate perspective on this as possible, but the Republicans are making it so hard for me. I don't know what they want. So that's why I'm asking questions here.
You might have to just call Abbott.
Oh yeah, I need to call my governor and see if he'll take my phone call. Yeah.
Or whoever's his lackey.
Man, I honestly, I
wouldn't have that phone call, but
I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with calling my elected representatives or their offices, like Abbott or Dan Patrick, who's our lieutenant governor. But like, of all of the people in the United States that are politicians, I actually think that Greg Abbott is actually either or a coward. Like those are the two options, right? And it's been that way since I was in college, right? Like his first year. Like I remember Jade Helm was like this military operation, training operation, and all of the states knew about it, that the army was going through and doing, like survival wilderness bullshit. And for some reason, because I live in Texas and Texans are, they're interesting. They said that,
Yeehaw. Yeehaw.
Yeah, yeehaw. They said that the U.S. was about to, under false pretenses, invade Texas. They bought out a bunch of emptied out Walmarts to turn into FEMA camps so that they could overthrow the governor of Texas and, let more illegals in, right? This was in 2015, I think. And it's
The
like,
problem with that story is that Walmart wouldn't relent their store because they make too much money. They'd have to go.
yeah. But the stupid thing was, like, Abbott deployed the Texas National Guard against the United States Army to surveil them. And there are two options. Either he's, and he actually thought that what these crazy people were saying was true, that the United States was all of a sudden out of nowhere going to invade Texas, their own territory, or so he's either, or he's a coward where he can't stand up to the crazy people and say, guys, you realize that we live in the United States, right? Like, they're not invading us. Why would the United States military invade Texas? So those are the two options. And I think that it's the latter. I think he's a coward. I don't think he's, because it's been every single like major controversy he's been in has been caving to the most insane people in his constituency. Like,
you're ruling out, but I feel like their mental disability is no longer something that keeps people out of political chairs. So
fucking true, just like Donald Trump, right?
You say whatever names you want, man.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm messing with you.
I'll be paying attention to this a lot over the next couple of days, mostly for the Patriot Convoy, and I'll try and forward you any information I find that looks like a credible source for Republican candidates, or not candidates, congressmen
policy
sharing what they're asking for.
Yeah. Actually, that would be so helpful. Like, I've actually been trying this entire stream to find something, and it's so difficult. Thanks for the conversation, man.
Yeah, no problem, dude.
All right, I'll catch you guys later. Yeah, it seems like it. Bye.
Right.
All right. Oh, Valiant Thor. If you sneak into Disneyland, should they let you stay if you get caught? No, but the United States isn't Disneyland. Does that make sense? Are you still here, or did I miss you? Did you leave already? Like, $2,200 a month is what illegals get after they enter the U.S. Average Social Security Americans get after 40 years is $1,400 a month. Let me. Oh wait, hold on. Did I get this? This encounters. That doesn't mean. Okay. This is going to be such a difficult thing to learn about. Let's look up this number. 2,200 illegal immigrant. AP News. No, migrants do not receive $2,200 each month from the federal government. Okay. Okay, let's see. No, migrants do not receive $2,200 each month from the federal government. Claim. The Biden administration is giving people who enter the U.S. illegally payments of $2,200 a month. False. People who enter the U.S. illegally are not eligible for federal cash assistance. With the exception of certain Cubans and Haitians, immigration experts told the Associated Press, refugees and people granted asylum, as well as some other humanitarian migrants, are entitled to certain public benefits, including cash assistance related to their initial resettlement, though it is not as high as $2,200 each month. Social media users are falsely claiming that people in the U.S. illegally receive thousands of dollars in payments from the federal government. It relies on a Tucker Carlson interview, of course, with retired Army Colonel Douglas McGregor. About halfway through the segment discussing Russia-Ukraine, McGregor says that every alleged asylum seeker, illegal migrant pouring in through the border in Texas or wherever else is given a monthly payment of $2,200. But me, god damn. But those who are in the U.S. illegally are not eligible for such benefits, with rare exceptions. Immigration experts said certain groups, such as refugees and people granted asylum, do receive cash assistance from the federal government, though at much lower levels than those being claimed online. Every single prediction is wrong. It's sad that I missed the Valiant Thor dude before he... One sec. What is Alley Pack? Okay. Americans for Legal Immigration Pack. For Legal Immigration Pack. Yeah, Trutron. Pointed to SNAP as a federal benefit available to anyone regardless of immigration status. The program provides supplemental foods, healthcare referrals, and nutritional education, not cash, to low-income pregnant and postpartum women, as well as children up to 5 who are at nutritional risk. Okay, so it's just bullshit. Got it. Why is so much bullshit? Like if we're doing, one second, I'm being invited to a panel, I guess, right now. Well, not a panel for right now, but if we're doing a debate on immigration, I've been researching it all day. I don't think anyone supports open borders, but these troglodyte cons say anything short of building a fort along our entire and shooting any brown thing that moves is open borders. Holy Trump aide going to jail. Oh, let's take a short break.
We have some breaking news. We have a sentencing in the Peter Navarro situation at the federal courthouse. Of course, Navarro accused of defying the subpoena of the January 6th Select Committee. Ryan Riley outside the courthouse right now with the news of that sentence. Ryan, what can you tell us?
That's right. Peter Navarro was sentenced to 4 months in prison. That is just short of what prosecutors were seeking. The mandatory minimum here was 1 month, so the judge went beyond that. And Judge Mehta told Navarro that these were circumstances of his own making, and that he was not a.
1 second. Which one was Peter Navarro? For defying Congress. Okay.
A victim of political persecution here,
accused of defying the subpoena of the January 6th Select Committee. Ryan Riley outside the courthouse right now with the news of that sentence. Ryan, what can you tell us?
That's right. Peter Navarro was sentenced to 4 months in prison. That is just short of what prosecutors were seeking. The mandatory minimum here was 1 month, so the judge went beyond that. And Judge Mehta told Navarro that these were circumstances of his own making, and that he was not a victim of political persecution here, pointing out the fact that you had the White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, who actually had his lawyers deal with the committee, who was not charged in this case, that there were circumstances that the Justice Department made a decision because Navarro had just so defied either returning records or appearing for testimony during this situation that this was deserving of a 4-month sentence. The 4-month sentence matches what Steve Bannon got for the same circumstance, but Steve Bannon has not actually served that 4-month sentence yet because that is still on appeal. You can expect the same from Navarro here, so not going to be something where he's going to have to instantly report to jail, but that 4-month sentence is going to be hanging over his head, Ryan.
Okay.
Let's get to the big news, the breaking news. Big story last night. Podcaster, live streamer Tim Pool suffered a case of, we believe, diarrhea or vomiting or a little bit of both live last night on his Timcast broadcast while he was talking to Donald Trump Jr. Let's take a look and see what happened, and we can discuss what we think might have happened here.
Since the last time.
Before the question, I'm going to do something I've never done on the show before. I'm going to leave. I'm actually feeling really, really sick, but we've got some awesome friends. I don't know if Phil or Josie or somebody wants to jump in and take my seat.
Why don't you guys both come up for a minute?
I'm feeling real sick.
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear
Wait,
that.
back this up a second. Look at what
Ian's having a real...
Ian freaks, like, the choice Ian makes here. Ian is Tim's little toady here. Watch this.
Or Josie or somebody wants to jump in and take my seat.
Why don't you guys both come up for a minute?
I'm feeling real sick.
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm gonna go. Why is Tim? Why is
Wait, he wants to jump
Ian
on
going to
the-
the bathroom?
He doesn't
You
want to
know
be alone
that's-
with DJ.
And Don Jr. looks scared too.
Yeah, and so Don actually is kind of. I think he's fairly pleasant here, but take a look.
I tried. I got the drink because I'm like, I just got punched in the gut.
Hey, Phil, you want to sit in for like 10 minutes or so? I'm going to go to the bathroom and listen to you guys, and then I'll come back.
What? Listen to what? You having diarrhea?
Wait, you're the one supposed to stay.
It's yeah.
Ian, how about not making this about you?
Okay, okay. I don't need to. I don't want to watch the rest of that. Sorry. Oh wait.
I'm talking about.
There was some lies about one of the things that happened with Grace, and he lied to
like
Relevant
Relay
about it. That's
just
what
was
she's talking
there
about.
and called him out on the lying himself.
Yeah, that's what she's
like-
talking about. No, they both do it though. They both absolutely do it.
Let me see if they.
Do you think
end
that
up-
when Xena DM'd me about like Darius, it was in good faith?
Shit. No, it was not. It was not at all. It was not.
So that's completely fine to do. I don't like Darius, and I
It
speak
is
shit
fine to
about him as
do,
well.
but it's also not what she said she did, which is where the lying part happened. It's totally fine for her to say, "Hey, I think this person's dangerous.
There
You
are
shouldn't hang out with them."
things,
That's okay.
right?
Just don't lie about
There are
it. That's
two
all.
separate things.
Actually, no,
What
wait, hold on.
Xena
I'll
said,
disagree with
there
that.
is nothing wrong with anything Xena said, but was she having like the undertones of like warning someone off?
Wait,
Yeah.
what happened with
No, hold
Ginger
on.
Ramoth
No,
and?
it's
Well,
not
I feel like
necessarily.
it-
Hold on. Wait, real
it's
quick. Sorry.
like-
It's not necessarily good. Like, your interactions. Listen, unless your person has choked you and pinned you against the wall.
How's
and
it going,
smacked you in the
Kareem?
face and then shoved a soldering iron up.
We
your
might need to
private
take a break
parts,
from the.
like,
That's
pull
insane
other-
bar for abuse.
I know. I went.
we might take a brief siesta from the immigration stuff because holy.
Is that unless they've done something really crazy that is objectively, unequivocally, really, really bad.
No, this is just
and
wrong.
need to
You can warn
someone,
people that other people are shitters all the time, and all of my friends do this if they don't like someone over the
I
like
think it's
most
pretty
mild
fucking shitty
things.
because I don't trust people to really accurately rate someone as a shitter or to judge their involvement in the shitty behavior. So it's like I was a cunt to them and they were a cunt to me, which technically
Yeah, but the
by
point
many
is,
people's
like,
standards
the
would be
third
understandable.
party is supposed to make their own opinion.
No.
up,
Wait,
right?
hold on. I'm sorry. You about me interrupting you. I'm gonna make my point. If you come in and it's like I'm shitty to you, you're shitty to me, and we have this negative feedback loop, you don't get to go to someone else and say, yeah, they're a piece of shit. Unless, Anna, you want to tell us that you were told also, I was also at fault and I helped contribute.
Wait, someone, give me some context. Does anybody know what they're talking about?
Yeah, she did say that, but I mean, I don't know because I don't know these people. So when I got the DM, I just assumed that it was in good faith because I didn't have any reason to believe that it wasn't. I just thought it was like, oh, you know, we're becoming friendly. So she saw that I follow her ex, so she just wanted to like give me a heads up. I didn't think anything of it, but I don't know.
But I mean, yeah, and this isn't towards you, Anna, but when someone says that in those situations,
One
like,
sec, let's look
I
at
noticed you followed my
Darius.
ex, just so you know, he's kind of like you're poisoning the well, and Stephen called that right.
What is
Literally,
Darius's?
this is a thing that everyone does all of the time.
It-
The
it's
fact that we're
shitty.
trying to be like,
That's why
no,
I don't.
it's
No,
normal.
that's why I'm friends
you
with.
are allowed
No.
to tell
That's
other
why
people
I
that
am
you
friends
don't
with
like
people.
other people.
That's why I am friends with people that a lot of people that I'm also friends with don't like. Just because I'm going to say, okay, noted, and then I'm going to be friends with them or be friendly with them or be good acquaintances with them until they fuck me over or show me, yes, that
yeah,
person
that's
was right.
fine. Xena wasn't forcing Anna at gunpoint to like do anything, right? Like Anna can still make up her own judgments, but Xena's also
No,
allowed to
not
say,
everyone is
like,
going to
what
operate that
issues she
way.
has with
So
people.
the reality is, most people don't operate that way. And you tell them something shitty about someone, they'll be like, okay. And then
Oh, it's
that person's
Darius
gonna be
IRL.
wondering, why
So
is
you're
this person being
saying that
weird to
Anna
me?"
is a dumb bitch who can't make any judgments herself? That's what you're saying,
No,
like, and...
I am saying that many people will
Yeah,
go
that
off the
is
word of
many
people that they
people.
feel comfortable with. And I'm assuming that Anna felt comfortable talking to Xena and then took her word. And there's
So
nothing
people shouldn't
explicitly
like
wrong with that.
express their
They shouldn't
opinions
do
about
that.
other people because some people might
Not in
not be good at
situations-
making
No,
judgments.
actually, yeah,
I
not
don't
in
even
those situations.
That's
And I'm not
very
shitting
weird
on
and
you,
controlling. Like,
Anna.
and-
Think it was like a character thing. It was for me, it was just very much like a, oh hey girl, you're following my ex. and we're friends, so I unfollowed him. I wasn't really thinking, oh, he's a terrible person or anything like that.
She talked some shit there, and then she said she didn't, and then Destiny got the DMs, and she said, like, be careful, right? That is talking shit. I'm sorry. That's talking shit. Now, you can do that. I actually think, Kelly, I think you're kind of right that I think you can do that, but then don't go and tell people that you didn't do it. That's all I'm saying. Just don't go and tell people that you didn't do it.
That's entirely correct. I couldn't agree with you more. And I don't know why people just don't get this shit. Okay, you caught on.
You actually do agree with me. I thought he was with me, okay? Thank you. I thought you were messing with me, okay? Maybe stop messing with me all the time. Fuck you. I see your face. I see the face you're making.
I was fighting with Cherry in chat. I'm sorry.
Wait, what Cherry? Our Cherry?
Yeah, Cherry. She's going off. She's swinging and calling me dramatic. The gall of this woman.
This woman? What do you mean, this woman?
Do you have something to tell me that I don't know about her? This woman, Cherry.
Okay.
Right?
I used to be evil, like, really
You're right.
casually,
This
like,
is boring drama. This is very boring drama. Okay. I was hoping they would talk about the immigration stuff. Okay.
When there's a crash, I hope it's going to be during this next 12 months, because I don't want to be Herbert Hoover.
He's acknowledging that my economy is doing pretty darn well because he doesn't want that to continue. And by the way, the idea that he wants to see a crash in the next 12 months, doesn't want to be Herbert Hoover, he has to understand, he's already Herbert Hoover. He's the only other president who lost jobs during his term.
When there's a crash, I
Oof. Shots fired, bro. This seems unlikely. Let's watch the...
Guys, it looks like that this is finally happening, because Putin, using some kind of a back channels, is showing the world that he is...
Let's see.
And so yes, ultimately, now it's time to talk about Putin's willingness, quote unquote, to talk peace with Ukraine. So originally, this article came to us from Bloomberg.
No, Gas, send me a video on it. I think I'm all done with reading tonight.
He will guarantee the security of Ukraine and will not oppose Ukraine membership in NATO, which is, if you remember, was one of the original goals of this so-called special military operation, that Putin never wanted NATO to expand, and he said that it was completely unacceptable for such neighboring country as Ukraine to join the alliance. But of course, it cannot be as easy as it is. In return, Putin is saying that Russia has to keep all the occupied territories which they hold right now, and this is the only possibility if he can and should consider those peace talks. Obviously, quote-unquote peace talks. And the reason why I'm saying quote-unquote peace talks, it is because also pretty much an assumption from Putin's speech, from Putin's statement, is that in case Ukraine does not agree to any of those requirements, in case they decide to keep wanting to return the land, which obviously Ukraine will do and should do, Putin said that Russia will defend those territories until the very last bullet. This has also been reiterated and just said once again exactly the same, just in different words, by the spokesperson of Kremlin, Dmitry Peskov, who mentioned that Russia was never opposed to peace negotiations, it was always Ukraine who refused them. But yes, Russia is not going to surrender the territories, so pretty much take it or leave it. But you guys already know.
Okay. So it was actually nothing. Okay. So, did you link the PBS video that you're talking about here?
Now to our other top story. The International Court of Justice today rejected South Africa's request for a ceasefire after it accused Israel of genocide. But the court also rejected Israel's request for a dismissal and acknowledged genocide accusations should be further investigated, ensuring a legal spotlight will continue to shine on the war. Nick Schifrin reports.
The catastrophic humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip.
In The Hague today, the International Court of Justice delivered what a Palestinian human rights group called a judicial thunderbolt.
Israel must, in accordance with its obligations under the Genocide Convention, in relation to Palestinians in Gaza, take all measures within its power to prevent the commission of all acts within the scope of Article 2 of the Convention.
The Draft Convention on Genocide.
The Genocide Convention was adopted 75 years ago, born out of the Nazis' systematic campaign to eliminate European Jews. And Article 2 defines genocide as acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, and cites as examples killing, injuring, inflicting conditions calculated to bring about physical destruction, preventing births, or transferring children.
Israel must ensure, with immediate effect, that its military forces do not commit any of the aforementioned acts.
The court declined South Africa's request for a ceasefire in Gaza and acknowledged Israel's right to defend itself. But it also said Israel must take immediate and effective measures to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza, prevent and punish incitement to commit genocide, and preserve evidence of its military decisions. The first two were supported even by Israel.
Hold on, I want to go back just a little bit.
The Nazis
Got it.
as acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, and cites as examples killing, injuring, inflicting conditions calculated to bring about physical destruction, preventing births, or transferring children.
Israel must ensure, with immediate effect, that its military forces do not commit any of the aforementioned acts.
The court declined South Africa's request for a ceasefire in Gaza and acknowledged Israel's right to defend itself. But it also said Israel must take immediate and effective measures to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza, prevent and punish incitement to commit genocide, and preserve evidence of its military decisions. The first two were supported even by Israel's ad hoc judge on the court.
Israel's commitment to international law is unwavering.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today vowed to continue the war, but also pledged the very steps that the court had demanded.
Our war is against Hamas terrorists, not against Palestinian civilians. We will continue to facilitate humanitarian assistance and to do our utmost to keep civilians out of harm's way, even as Hamas uses civilians as human shields.
But Israel's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, was less restrained. In a statement, he said, "Those who seek justice will not find it on the leather chairs of the court chambers in The Hague. They will find it in the Hamas tunnels in Gaza, where 136 hostages are held."
We respect the court's role as an arbiter of solving peaceful disputes.
Today at the White House, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said the court's ruling echoed U.S. calls to minimize civilian casualties and send humanitarian assistance. But he also said it would not change U.S. assistance to Israel.
It's difficult to see that it alone is going to change the approach. As I said, the president believes the approach we have been taking has been getting results, and we're going to keep at that.
In a reminder of the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack that started this war, today the UN's principal agency in Gaza fired 12 employees for participating in the attack. In response, the U.S. temporarily suspended financial support to the agency, which provides all of Gaza's basic services.
How symbolic is it that on International Holocaust Remembrance Day, it was exposed that UNRWA employees took part in the massacre?
For perspective on the International Court of Justice's orders today, we turn to Harold Koh, who served as the State Department's legal advisor during the Obama administration and Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy and Human Rights during the Clinton administration. He's now professor of international law at Yale Law School. Harold Koh, thanks very much. Welcome back to the NewsHour. What's your reaction today to the International Court of Justice's ruling?
I think it's a lopsided legal win for South Africa, and it's a very severe public relations loss for Israel. I think it
How is
has
it a
some
win for South
virtues.
Africa if they didn't?
I think it's going to force the Israelis to be much more open about granting of access to humanitarian assistance, and it's going to encourage its politicians to dial back their over-the-top rhetoric, which the court indicated might be considered incitement to genocide. But it's an unbalanced ruling also in that it doesn't require Hamas to do anything. It leaves Hamas free to continue its attacks.
When it comes to Israel, does it fundamentally force or push Israel to change the way it's prosecuting the war?
Well, they didn't tell them to stop, but the Israelis had said that calling this a genocide was a total blood libel. They used that term. What the court said, and by a very decisive margin, 15-2, is that some of the acts could be capable of being viewed as either committing genocide or failing to prevent genocide. Meaning that these a plausible claim depending on how severe civilian casualties are going forward. So the Israelis have to take that very seriously. The kind of unrestrained language that was quoted showed that the politicians in the days after October 7th were really using overbroad language. And even the Israeli judge, the great Aaron Barak, said, you have to give humanitarian assistance, and you can't make these intemperate statements that can be viewed by some as a call to genocide.
On Israeli military actions, the court's not actually saying Israel has to be more precise, does it? The court is only saying you must, quote, prevent the commission of acts described in the convention that would show, quote, the intent to destroy Palestinians in Gaza, right?
Yeah, so it's possible the Israelis could respond by saying, we're going to do the same things we're doing and just very much renounce that we have any genocidal intent against the Palestinians in Gaza as opposed to Hamas, who we have said we want to eradicate. The problem, though, is that what the court flagged is that the scale of civilian deaths is so broad that from those deaths you could infer, possibly infer, an intent to wipe out a group. So I do think that it forces the Israelis to be much more careful and discriminate than they've been to this point.
As we just showed, John Kirby today, the spokesman for the National Security Council staff, said this would not change U.S. support to Israel. Is he right?
It's certainly going to affect their discussions inside. The United States doesn't want to be accused of aiding and abetting genocide. So all conversations are going to be inflected through the idea is, could what we're doing in terms of aid to the Israelis be taken as aiding and abetting genocide? They want to stay on this side of it. I think also what Kirby said was the ruling says only what we've been saying to the Israelis anyway, which suggests that it may actually help the United States in calling for the restraint, more restraint from the Netanyahu government, both in terms of its words and actions.
What kinds of specific steps could the Biden administration take when it comes to pushing Israel one way or the other, if it does, as you say, use this court ruling for that effect?
The Biden administration could say, you have to monitor the rules of engagement so that there's some assurance that they're actually following international humanitarian law. There's a well-publicized story.
Okay, I think I've hit my limit for streaming. I'm tired as all right, it's been 6 hours. Yeah, I don't have anyone that I can raid into. I don't have the mental chops right this second to make any content. So I'm gonna go ahead and end stream. I know there's 2 minutes left in this, but they're kind of just saying the same thing over and over. So I love you guys. It's been a fun stream. Hopefully by next stream I'm not feeling like shit. I can't think of anything else. I was possibly going to try to go to the canvassing house in Ohio, but I don't think I'm going to be able to afford that. So I probably won't be going to that. But you know what? If the next stream, maybe we can do a stream where we do like fundraising for a plane ticket there and back. Other than that, that's all I need is just a plane ticket to get there because they provide housing. But Anyways, I love you guys. I'm going to end stream. It's been fun. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow, but it might be on Monday. All right. Catch you guys later.